I could get order, please. Good evening, everybody. Welcome to our May 19th, 2022 meeting. If I could have Reverend Andrew Gerns from St. John's Episcopal Church come forward. Is there a priest in the house? If everybody would rise, I'll give the invocation. Heavenly Father, we just thank you for this time to come together as a community, Lord. We are very blessed, much more blessed than many around the world. We have freedoms to speak, freedoms to action. Let us not take that for granted. We pray for all those people in Ukraine, Lord, that you might just be with them, and that peace may break out at some point. I ask that you might put a shield of protection around all of our first responders, Lord. Give them safety and allow us to give them respect. We ask all these things in your precious name. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Well, good evening, everybody. I'll introduce our dais. On my far right is our city manager, John Jennings.
Good evening.
Councilmember David Albritton.
Good evening.
Vice Mayor Kathleen Beckman.
Good evening.
Councilmember Bunker.
Good evening.
Councilmember Teixeira.
Good evening.
And our city attorney, David Margolis.
Good evening.
I'm actually going to do this in a different way. We had decided this morning at a meeting that we were going to go ahead and move the agenda around. So I would ask that we suspend Rule 6 of the City Council rules, and we're going to be moving up 11.2 right after the consent agenda, because I think that's what the majority of people are here for. It was also requested from one of the applicants because they're obviously very involved with the Lightning, who are playing in just under an hour. So go Bolts. We have a couple do I have a motion to that effect?
So moved.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. Dr. Ken Guidera, is he in the audience?
Good evening, and thank you for
Good
having
evening.
us. I'm obviously not Dr. Ken Guidera. I'm here in his place because I happen to be a Clearwater resident. My name is Ella Landegger. We met last year when you gave the Red Cross proclamation. I want to thank you very much for having recognized the Red Cross. I'm here with Eric Corliss, who's the Executive Director for Tampa Bay, as well as the whole region from here to the Space Coast.
Yep.
Good evening.
Good evening. So we had a presentation. I don't know if you can pull it up. I saw it earlier on the slides.
We can.
While it's coming up. All right. So, want to run through? Go ahead and go down to the next slide.
Actually,
Who's running?
we have it.
Right here. Ah, perfect. All right. I was going to put on presentation. It's different than last time. All right. So we'll be moving along.
I'm even listed.
You were. All right. So this is our mission: to alleviate human suffering by mobilizing the power of volunteers and the generosity of donors. And I've had an opportunity to present before. Last time we were masked, actually both times, so it's great to not be masked at this moment and talk about what's going on within the American Red Cross. So wanted just to touch as a reminder, particularly for those in the audience, this is the services of the American Red Cross. And you mentioned Ukraine, Mayor. We are part of a global movement with 192 societies. The Red Cross movement is caring for evacuees from Ukraine. And part of the ICRC, or the International Committee of the Red Cross and Red Crescents, is the enforcement or the inspection of the compliance with the Geneva Conventions. And that's part of what the Red Cross movement is doing in Ukraine, both with the Ukrainian government and with the Russian government, but also caring for evacuees as they move outside of the Ukraine area and flee to safety from what's occurring within that country. Additionally, we have Red Crossers that are deployed with our servicemen and women that are in the surrounding countries that are there, and we've been with them since they deployed from the very beginning. Our disaster services, which is what we're here to talk about, so I'll pause on that. We do collect blood across the country, not here in Florida. or roughly 40% of the nation's blood supply, collecting and distributing blood in 44 states. Training services, CPR first aid, it earns revenue to support our mission. And then international services, that's where we have responses like what occurred when Hurricane Dorian affected the Bahamas. But I want to move to what's occurring back here in our home state. This is just the area that Ella referenced, including the U.S. Virgin Islands. And yes, I get lots of people that say, I'll go down there with you and meet with your leadership down there. We have a great group of volunteers in the islands. Not a shortage of Central Florida folks that want to go. But here's what I wanted to talk about and what we're doing as we look at hurricane season. And this is a stat from NOAA around billion-dollar disasters, and it's the impact of the last 2 years compared to the previous decade. In the previous decade, it was an average of $12 billion disasters adjusted for inflation, which back in the 80s was an average of 2. But in 2020, it was $22 billion disasters, and in 2021, it was 20. Now, we were fortunate the last 2 hurricane seasons, and keeping our fingers crossed, our hope is not a strategy. The imperative is that we prepare for hurricane season. We know that as Floridians, but what we have not seen in this part of our state is the significant impacts from wildfires that literally have burned cities off the map along the West Coast to the devastation of repetitive hurricanes that have made landfall in the Panhandle and the state of Louisiana. So the other thing that Ella's going to talk about as I transition to her, not only is she didn't introduce herself, she's the current vice chair of our board for the American Red Cross at Tampa Bay, and she will become the chair of our board come July 1st. And she has a particular passion for preparedness, so I'm going to turn it over to Miss Ella to talk about what are we doing to get ready, not only for hurricane season, but also the most frequent disaster that occurs, and that's home fires. And the effort we're taking to save lives, because on average, 2,500 Americans die every year in the United States, and it's preventable. And we partner with fire departments, and we've partnered in Clearwater to make homes safer. So I'll turn it over to Ella.
Thank you, Mr. Corliss.
Thanks.
Thank you. Thank you very much. If I could have the next slide, I have
Right.
control. Oh, thank you. Cool. So we do Be Red Cross Ready, and we're just here to remind you that we do that every second and fourth Thursday. You can tune into a webinar online at redcross.org/prepareflorida. You can find that. It's on at 5 o'clock in the afternoons. We want to remind everybody in here, which is why thank you for putting us before they all leave the room. Please, all of you, be prepared. Get a kit, make a plan, and be informed. Be aware of what is going on around us. Make sure that you put into your phone all of the emergency things, but please do be prepared. Don't take it for granted. We have been lucky, but I moved here right after, during Irma, and so I was aware exactly how it affected our area. So please, everybody, do I hear yes? Everyone well? Yes. Thank you, good. The other thing that we're talking about is Ready Rating. It's a program, it's called readyrating.org, where any company that we have here in the area, we highly, highly recommend. You go in, there's like a very quick 5-minute way to look at it, and then there's a more in-depth one that helps companies be prepared. So we learned during the pandemic, many companies were not able to survive when they couldn't get together physically. This is something that walks you through the steps. It's free. readyrating.org. We highly recommend every company, and everyone back there, including all of Ruth Eckerd, to please make sure that you have a look at readyrating.org. This is my area, total passion. I happen to have 4 children that I raised, and I have had the incredible pleasure of going into the schools, and especially we were streaming this year from Belcher Elementary. We reached several hundred students in one day. We teach Prepare with Pedro, which teaches kindergarten, first and second, some very basic things about fire emergencies. And in particular, and this everyone should know, you only have 2 minutes to get out once you hear that smoke alarm. Very often fire is even moving faster than that. So once you hear it, you go, you run, you get out, you stay out, you never go back in. Practice it ahead of time. Make sure that you've done a fire drill. Everyone's done them at school, workplaces do them, but most people haven't thought about it at home. So we remind everyone, again, glad you're here, please, fire drill, get out in less than 2 minutes, and have a meeting spot out front. And then the obvious, which I know everyone thinks about, is replacing the batteries in your smoke alarms. And if they're yellow, replace them. The beeper might work, but the sniffer part doesn't. So we go into the schools and we teach this in a more fun way to the children. And then the Pillowcase Project adds on another layer because it talks about hurricane preparedness. And as we all know, officially June 1st is the beginning of the season, but last year we got it a bit early. So what does the Red Cross do? before the storm, we start having a 120-hour time frame. And during that time, we're moving resources depending on where we think the storm is going. But, you know, if the storm is coming at the bottom of Florida, 5 degrees makes the difference which coast it hits. And you never really know which way that wind is going to go. So we're preparing all the way up and down the state when we're doing that. And obviously, we work with the assorted different government agencies that we need to for that. And then during the storm, we are busy at work. This photograph is a little bit deceptive. When we set up an evacuation shelter, there are no cots. Bring your own pillows, bring your own blankets. There's nothing, there's the floor. It's a safe space. It is afterwards that right now, what used to be maybe a 7-day stay after a storm, we're finding that time has doubled due to housing problems and hunger, and you know, just the economy has not been very good. And so we're finding that people stay for much longer in shelters now than they used to. So that's during the storm, we're looking after them. And then after the storm, we do recovery. So we prepare and we respond, and then we help with the recovery. And that's when the long-term care help and try to get people back into homes and moving the resources back around to help them. And then we also evaluate and work with FEMA in terms of evaluating what's happened to their homes and whether they can go back to them. Some of the things that we do, as I said, we do the assessments in FEMA, and so that's all part of what we do. And part of it too is that we do casework, so in other words, we'll offer mental health, we'll also have spiritual guidance and counseling to help people. We've got a very vast resource of volunteers. Obviously, always love more. I suggest everybody download the emergency app, just onto any one of this, whichever store you use. It's Red Cross Emergency. It looks like an exclamation mark, and it allows you to code in your own address as well as your loved ones anywhere across the country, and it will let you know whether you've got hurricane, tornado, or anything else happening. So I called up my son when he was in Colorado and said, hey, you know, be careful, there's fires coming your way. Or my daughter in DC, there was an earthquake, are you okay? It's a really, really great app. There's also some fun quizzes on there to help you learn a little bit more about the different natural disasters that we face. Obviously, we're on Facebook, LinkedIn, and on Twitter. And, let's see, we communicate. We always hope to be communicating with you. Please remember that you can always reach us. redcross.org/Central Florida puts you in where we are. And the Disaster Cycle Services. Again, I mentioned that volunteers always needed, always welcome. Please, anyone, besides the wonderful work that you do at Ruth-Eckerd, because that is the big crowd behind me, think about having what we would call your gray skies, because blue skies are when everything is good, and gray skies is when we're facing troubles, and we really appreciate having more volunteers to help out with that. As I mentioned, we have all kinds of ways that you can reach us and do the ready rating. We say thank you very much for having us. Hope to see you again with another proclamation on another year. And thank you for making Clearwater the great city it is. We appreciate it. We're here to serve you.
Thank you for coming out tonight and for all the great information.
Thank you.
Do you want your proclamation?
Oh, do you have one too? Ooh, this is awesome. That's a
Whereas
bonus.
the city of Clearwater includes a growing number, this isn't yours. That's coming up.
Didn't think it was.
I
There
don't
wasn't
think
one.
I don't
I
think we
thought
got
there was a proclamation. You get
We'll
nothing.
come back. That's okay.
We'll just go visit you
We'll
all
come
again.
back. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you for being here. No, I'm all out of order. There's a lot of folks here tonight. If you plan to speak, you might as well come up and get a comment card and go ahead and fill that out ahead of time. If I could have Anne Marie Winter come forward for Older Americans Month. Good evening.
Good evening. That was quite a presentation, so I'm not sure if I can follow up with that, but I'd like to thank the mayor and the council and one of your staff, Carrie Kimball Marsalic, who serves on our advisory council. The Area Agency on Aging serves seniors in Pinellas and Pasco counties. We help them stay out of nursing homes. We're one of 11 in the state of Florida and 622 covering the United States, Puerto Rico, Guam, and the Virgin Islands. Last year, we helped 65,000 seniors with 1 million meals, 300,000 trips to the doctor's office, countless hours of legal services to help them with evictions, cost of living increases for caregivers, and our role is really to help seniors stay in their homes and out of nursing homes. And we'd like to thank the City of Clearwater for all of your participation.
Well, thank you. Ms. Marsalek is a great resource for our city and for the whole region, so thank you. Whereas the City of Clearwater includes a growing number of older Americans who have built resilience and strength over their lives through successes and difficulties, and whereas the City of Clearwater benefits when people of all ages, abilities, and backgrounds are included and encouraged to share their successes and stories of resilience. And whereas the City of Clearwater and the Area Agency on Aging of Pasco Pinellas, Inc. recognizes our need to nurture ourselves, reinforce our strength, and continue to thrive in times of joy and difficulty. And whereas the City of Clearwater and the Area Agency on Aging of Pasco Pinellas can foster communities of strength by creating opportunities to share stories and learn from each other, engaging older adults through education, recreation, and service, and encouraging people of all ages to celebrate connections and resilience. Now, therefore, I, Frank V. Hibbard, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim May 2022 to be Older Americans Month. I urge every resident to take time during this month to recognize older adults and the people who support them as essential contributors to the strength of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. May I approach?
Yes, watch this rise right here. People get caught on that. Thank you so much for being here.
Congratulations.
Thank you.
Next, if I could have Anthony Tedesco, our EMS Division Chief, and Chief Scott Ellers. Good evening for our EMS Week proclamation. And Mr. Graham.
Mr. Mayor, Council, Scott Ellers, Fire Chief, Clearwater and Fire Rescue. And with me is Chief Tony Tedesco, our EMS Division Chief, and Chief Javon Graham, our Emergency Manager. And if I may, I'd really like to thank the American Red Cross for providing great information, not only on the fire prevention side, but also on the upcoming season for our hurricane that Javon takes care of. I'm especially honored to be here on behalf of the men and women of Clearwater and Fire Rescue. I apologize. I mean, also Dave Sowers is someone here. He's IFF 1158 president. I'm very proud on behalf of the men and women of Clearwater Fire Rescue to be here for this proclamation. If you just take a moment, I'd like to take a moment and recognize the outstanding work that they do on a daily basis, because a lot of times it becomes missed in the noise of daily life. I won't bore you with the numbers or stats. Chief Tedesco does a phenomenal job in providing those to me, and he can tell you everything from the number of times a certain clinician missed an IV to the number of times we're using certain elements of our procedures. What I would like to do is just share you a story, because the data just becomes points on a graph, and it really doesn't tell the true story of what the great work that our men and women of Clearwater Fire Rescue do and the EMS system accomplishes. Earlier this year, a gentleman and his wife was on his way home from a great day on the beach, our beautiful beach. Those are his words, not mine. When he started feeling bad around the Island Way entrance on Memorial Causeway. He pulled off to the side of the road, and when he pulled off to the side of the road, he experienced a sudden cardiac event where he became lifeless. No pulse, no breathing. His wife immediately called 911, the start of the EMS system. A few minutes later, several Clearwater police officers arrived and immediately started CPR. Again, a critical part of the EMS system. Engine 46 and Rescue 46 arrived right after that, where firefighter paramedics initiated advanced life support. After identifying this gentleman had a STEMI, and I'm going to use some terms here to make it sound like I really know what I'm talking about, but I don't. STEMI is a ST elevation myocardial infarction, not good for a lot of individuals. They were able to provide the appropriate treatment once they identified that, And the man regained ROSC, another one that I'll tell you, and that means his return of spontaneous circulation, meaning his heart is beating again, moving blood. He may not be awake, he may not be breathing on his own, but at least is circulating that oxygenated blood around. He was then transported to the hospital and went straight to the cath lab for continued care. One second. Less than a week later, that man was sitting at a local establishment, toasting to his new outlook on life, a second chance. Sitting next to him is a friend of mine who overhears and prays the men and women of Clearwater Fire and Rescue. Of course, he said, "Hold on one second, I know the fire chief, let's give him a call." To say that I had goosebumps, the proverbial goosebumps, when this gentleman is telling me the story that I just told you would be an understatement. He had nothing but the highest admiration and the most heartfelt thank you that anybody could ever have for the men and women of Clearwater Fire Rescue. The men and women of Clearwater Fire Rescue, as well as the Clearwater police officers, provided this man that second chance at life. With that, I thank you, continued thank you for all of your support, and I appreciate everything you do for us.
Well, thank you, Chief, and to all the men and women of Clearwater Fire Department, and also our police department. We thank you all for making Clearwater a safe place. Whereas the 2022 EMS Week theme, which is particularly meaningful now, is EMS Rising to the Challenge, serves to remind people that everyday emergency medical teams are faced with so many new challenges in their lives, and yet they still rise above them, all and continue to respond, support, and care for the needs of our communities. And whereas rapid access to quality emergency medical care dramatically improves the survival and recovery rate of those who experience sudden illness or injury, and whereas emergency medical services teams are ready to provide life-saving care to those in need 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, and whereas the emergency medical services system consists of emergency physicians, emergency nurses, emergency medical technicians, paramedics, firefighters, educators, administrators, and others, and whereas the members of emergency medical services teams engage in thousands of hours of specialized training and continuing education to enhance their life-saving skills. Now therefore, I, Frank V. Hibbard, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim May 15th through the 21st, 2022, to be Emergency Medical Services Week in the City of Clearwater.
Thanks, Giovanni.
Thank you. I feel safe. We've got all of you and my cardiologist in the audience. How good is that? All right, now I would like to call Stephen Belaski, the U.S. Coast Guard 11.1 Flotilla Commander, forward for National Safe Boating Week. Commander, do you want to introduce who you have here tonight?
Sure, I would, Mr. Mayor. Thank you. We've got Kathy Casey, who is the flotilla's Human Resources Officer. We have Deborah O'Regan, who is our Materials Officer. And we have Mike Cadis, who is our Training Officer. So this is the key core of my staff. And as you know, our mission is recreational boating safety. That is our primary mission, and this is our week when it comes to promoting it. And one thing before we move forward, I wanted to invite everybody in the chambers to our open house. It's going to be May 28th. Our headquarters is on 510 North Fort Harrison. It's going to run from 10 a.m. to 3 p.m. We're going to have a 45-foot Coast Guard patrol craft and crew there, lots of literature, refreshments. We'd love to welcome you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Wonderful. It's not in the proclamation, but I always appreciate you keeping us safe from ourselves, which I think is the training that the auxiliary really gives. Whereas May 21st through the 28th is National Safe Boating Week, and whereas boating is one of the largest recreational activities for residents of this community, and whereas the protection of life, limb, boats, and the marine property are the legal and moral responsibilities of every boater, and whereas it is both desirable and necessary to remind boaters of the responsibilities and the constant need for safe boating practices and procedures, and whereas the City of Clearwater encourages all boaters and boating organizations to consider this as an occasion to renew their determination to use courtesy and common sense afloat at all times, and whereas to this end, all boaters are asked to continue the spirit of Safe Boating Week throughout the entire year. Now therefore, I, Frank V. Hibbert, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim May 21st through the 28th, 2022, to be National Safe Boating Week in the City of Clearwater. Watch this rise.
Yeah.
Feel it? Okay, congratulations, thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
I'll go this way.
Watch this rise right here. It's unsafe, good, nice to see you. Thank you so much for coming out tonight. Thank you for all your work.
Thank you very much.
Thanks, sir.
Now, if I could have Tara Kivett, our engineering director, come forward for National Public Works Week.
Thank you, Mayor. Tara Kivett, Engineering Director. In recognition of National Public Works Week, I just want to acknowledge and thank all the men and women that work for the city who provide critical services that help our residents have the fabulous quality of life they do. And representing these over almost 500 men and women that work for the city that do that, we've got Earl Gloucester, our Director of Solid Waste, Richard Gardner, Public Utilities Director, Jim Halios, Parks and Rec Director, for his staff that work in the right-of-way. And I've got Jeremy Allshouse, who's in engineering over the parking group, and Omar Atala over our traffic ops group. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Kivett. Whereas public works professionals focus on infrastructure, facilities, emergency management, and services that are of vital importance to sustainable and resilient communities and the public health, high quality of life, and well-being of the people of Clearwater, Florida. And whereas these infrastructures, facilities, and services could not be provided without the dedicated efforts of public works professionals who are federally mandated first responders and the engineers, managers, employees at all levels of government and the private sector who are responsible for rebuilding, improving, and protecting our nation's transportation, water supply, water treatment and solid waste systems, public buildings, and other structures and facilities essential for our citizens. And whereas it is in the public interest for the citizens, civic leaders, and children in the City of Clearwater to gain knowledge and maintain ongoing interest and understanding of the importance of public works first responders and public works programs in their respective communities. And whereas the year 2022 marks the 62nd annual National Public Works Week, sponsored by the American Public Works Association. Now therefore, I, Frank V. Hibbert, Mayor of the City of Clearwater, Florida, on behalf of the Clearwater City Council, do hereby proclaim and designate the week, May 15th through the 21st, 2022, as National Public Works Week in Clearwater. Watch the rise. I don't have to tell you, right? Thanks, Jeremy.
Pleasure.
Thank you,
Earl, thank you.
Jim.
Jim.
Thanks, Rich.
Thank you, Rich.
Thank you.
Thank you so much.
Thanks, Omar.
Thank you.
Thank you to all of our employees in all the different departments. They really are the ones that deliver the service on a daily basis. I'd ask if there are any amendments to the minutes of the May 5th, 2022 meeting. Hearing none, do I have a motion?
Move to approve the minutes.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. This time I'd like to open it up to citizens to be heard for items that are not on the agenda. If you want to speak to any item that's not on the agenda, please come forward. We ask you to sign a comment card and respectfully ask you to keep your comments to 3 minutes. If you could state your name, but I'll do it for you, Mr. DeLuca.
Thank you, sir. I appreciate that. I'm going to speak again about Clearwater Police. This is their code of conduct, and I don't think they're following it very well.
They're making it small.
And in that regard, I want to go back to a couple things. One is a Brian Tahara, July 25th, 2021, while off duty at a nightclub in Palm Harbor, Tahara became intoxicated and subsequently aggressive and disorderly with staff. He refused to leave, which resulted in a physical altercation with a bouncer, causing the establishment to call police. And you can see there the progressive discipline policy. And last time I was here, I spoke of Officer Jamie Curvan. Curvan was arrested for DUI by Pinellas County Sheriff's Office. Mr. Slaughter, who's in the back, partially commented, officers see the harmful impact of driving under the influence firsthand and are expected to be an example for the community. Well, Mr. Curvan is a stinko example for the community, but I don't think anybody will argue that he has seen the harmful impact of driving under the influence firsthand, since that's what he was arrested for. Now, it could be something a little different happen. Just this month, Pinellas County Deputy Sheriff Coniglio was fired from her job after she was arrested for driving under the influence. She was fired immediately after the arrest per PCSO policy. The difference in policy between PCSO and Clearwater Police is absolutely profound. I have, trouble, and so do many people I've spoken to have much respect for a police department that does not properly deal with bad officers. It projects a double standard, and a double standard erodes confidence in law enforcement. These unusual situations really must be dealt with in a swift manner and in a harsh manner to protect the confidence that citizens have in law enforcement. And that's not going on in the city of Clearwater with who we have for our police chief.
Thank you, Mr. Luba. Anyone else for citizens to be heard?
We're going to call this extraneous, whatever you call it, the word. My name is Phil Kitchens. I've lived in Clearwater for 30 years. My wife's family's lived here for 54. The reason they live here is the police department. So, I know we're not supposed to do this. That previous gentleman, if he doesn't like Clearwater, move. I love it here. I always tell people I was kidnapped and brought here. It's my joke about how I'm so blessed to live here. Now, to what my remarks. No, I'll finish that. I've known Chief Klein, Chief Holloway, and now I know Chief Slaughter. They're the reason I live here. I was blessed when Mr. Horn was city manager and John Duran was on the council. They let us sit and choose who was going to be the next chief. Not that the manager had to take our advice, but he let us vote. I love that process for government. We got to interview the 4 candidates that came through, and we said, Chief Holloway. Then when he left here, I said, bless St. Petersburg. Klein, is the protege for, back up, Holloway and Slaughter are proteges of Klein. We still have remnants of him, and I don't think, I've told both men, do you mind me saying, no, we love that we can put, that we worked under Chief Klein. Now to my remarks, what I came here to talk about. And it's kind of funny, the previous people that talked about, and I was kind of rant, I'm an old folk that doesn't have a smartphone. Today on my phone, I got a message saying, go to your smartphone and we've got an app for information. And I was afraid, okay, does this mean I'm not gonna get my bill in the mail anymore if I can't get in this app? I mean, I fear that so much because I've been shut down so many times, so many ways. I don't have a smartphone, I can't get information. I couldn't buy tickets to go to spring training in Toronto if I didn't have a smartphone. I couldn't get in. They wouldn't let you print a ticket. So us folks that don't have that, we're being disadvantaged. Even for those folks, when the lady was up here from the seniors, if you don't have a smartphone, how do you apply for all this stuff? You have to have family doing it. I guess my last is that, back to the blessing. I'm leaving here and going to a graduation that some of you may have heard about. Clearwater High is graduating their class of 72. My wife was a member of that. I graduated in 72. I can't believe that I've been so blessed for 50 years in different places, but living there, I've lived here off and on for 44 years when I first met my wife. Her mom was employee at Ma's Brothers store, part of their family history. I hang out, some of you saw me at the History Museum so real quick, history, I love Clearwater, bless Clearwater, bless this, thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good evening. I'm Mayor Hibbard, ladies and gentlemen of the council, City Manager Jennings. My name is Dan McNutt. I'm the founder and CEO of UPP Global. We're a nationally active full-service parking management company, active here in Pinellas County as FL Parking Co. We have a very large presence from Clearwater Beach to St. Pete Beach, and have been active in parking management operations in Pinellas County since 2017. My purpose of coming here to speak tonight is to alleviate any concerns and just kind of speak to our commitment to be a good partner to the community. As of May 10th, Monday of last week, we transitioned and took over operations at the North Beach Plaza Garage. And, you know, we're working towards getting information out and making it clear to the local residents, specifically the employees in Clearwater Beach and the surrounding retail, that, you know, we are fully committed to being a good partner and providing value for everybody. We're going to be providing employee discount, we're going to be implementing an employee discount parking program for any employees on Clearwater Beach that would like to participate. That will include paying for 1 hour of parking and receiving a 10-hour session. So we give some time before the shift and after, and an 8-hour shift. For the local retail, we will be providing validation programs for their customer base. As a private operator, and as the garage has now transitioned to a privately owned facility, we will be practicing some dynamic pricing and flexing rates and things of that nature during peak season and during heavy traffic times to the beach. However, in an effort not to affect the local retail, we are going to provide validation programs for their customers where they will be able to get validations and just remain at that hourly rate if they're coming in just to shop and not to visit the beach. We have materials available at the garage for anybody that wants to go and take a look at that or ask any questions. We've got a great team there, management team and staff that can address any concerns as well. And we are certainly looking forward to a continued strong relationship with the community of Clearwater and Clearwater Beach and continue to bring value through our parking management solutions. Thank you very much.
Mr. McNutt, I appreciate you coming out and clarifying things. We talked this afternoon, but there's some bad information out there, so the sooner we can
Certainly.
overcome that, the better off everybody's going to be.
Yeah, definitely. And one other thing to add to, the existing equipment, we've invested over $250,000 in a new access control system that's going to be a lot more customer friendly and allow for kind of this robust validation programs and make it very clear and easy for folks to use. And that will, we've expedited that, and that will be being installed and active by the end of the first week of June. So again, for anybody, please feel free to reach out and contact us with any questions or concerns, or any suggestions at how we may better bring value there to our operations. Thank you.
Good evening.
Good evening.
My name is Albert Craig. I've been a citizen of the city of Clearwater for over 30 years. I'm also employed through the gas department. And it's really sad that 20 years ago, the same proposal that you took off the agenda tonight came up, and it was shot down. But I know you guys got enough vote. We know what you're going to vote. But that's beside the point. The services that the Clearwater members provide for this city is unspeakable, the finest. You cannot go anywhere in this city and find such hard workers as you have in the Clearwater Gas Department. We deserve an opportunity to have this gas department still facilitate this city, because look at any other department you have throughout the city. Who provides the city with part of its budget that helps in the operation budget? Clearwater Gas. Why? Because we like you. But it appears that you guys don't like us. I don't know why you would even let this thought enter your heart and your mind. I have a bachelor's degree in sustainability management. I know Clearwater Gas, and gas itself is a conservative of what is it, Lord? But that's all right. I know it's a green energy, because if you look and keep reading the papers, you're going to see Florida, I used to work for Florida Power, but Duke Energy, Tampa Electric, all these other places that used to burn coal and used to burn all these nuclear plants and everything else to operate, what are they going to now? Natural gas. And I've been researching and I looked it up myself. They are all turning their burners over to natural gas. Why? Because natural gas is affordable. Now, if you're going to take this natural gas from the city of Clearwater residents and put it in somebody else's hand that don't care a hill of beans about your city, that's a shame. Because the city of Clearwater deserves workers that care about the city of Clearwater. And the gas department, under this man's direction, Chuck, has done an enormous job. It's a shame that we had to sit here and everybody else department came up here and was recognized. The gas department wasn't even mentioned. Why? We're part of the city. I got enough. Thank you.
Mr. Craig, we have a proclamation for Gas Week every year. It just doesn't happen to be this week. And
why was it took off the agenda?
It wasn't on the agenda tonight. You can ask. Anyway, I want you to know we're going through a process. You say you know how we're going to vote.
You already told us. This man is leaving in July.
Mr. Craig.
He's leaving in July. Who's going to take his place? What decisions have you made to replace him?
Mr. Craig, can you get control?
I got control. I'm just telling you the facts. Okay. Have you looked for a replacement for Chuck?
Thank you for coming out tonight.
You're welcome.
Good evening, everyone.
Good evening.
So I was a little prepared. Like I said, we believed in the gas division that today we were going to be on the agenda, and we learned this morning we weren't going to be. So I can understand why he's passionate about it. I kind of want to start off. I'm sorry. I'm Andrew Viscardi, and I work for the gas division. I'm speaking for myself.
Okay.
So a couple things were said at the work session the other day that I was present for, and I wanted to clarify a couple things. The council member mentioned about solar power in regards to the supply uncertainty not applying to Florida because we are the Sunshine State. California produces over 4.5 times the amount of Florida does, and they're still experiencing rolling blackouts So we don't really have a feasibility to transition at this time. In the future, I'm sure there's going to be more an appropriate time to bring that up. And there was another council member who mentioned possibly acquiring or creating a electrical utility. As Al just mentioned, that they are mostly powered by natural gas anyway. So it really didn't make too much sense in that. And, you know, forgive me, I've never spoken up here before. But I want to mention that for the last 30 years since Chuck took over, roughly $184 million has been transferred to the city from Clearwater Gas Systems. That's a lot of money. From what I understand, that if we are sold, that the money would have to be put into the general fund, and then that would actually have to be utilized or put a name on the dollar when it's put in the fund. Right now, we are roughly $4.75 to $5 million given to the general fund from Clearwater Gas Systems. That doesn't include anything that we possibly subcontract out to other divisions within the city that they would also experience a loss of revenue. So I want that to be fresh in your minds. Not to mention that there's roughly 90 Clearwater Gas employees that will not be made available if we are not in the city anymore for emergency situations. Every time there's a hurricane that rolls through, we're all on standby. So I want that to be fresh in everyone's mind when they are considering this. I work in this city. I'm proud to work here. I've always been. I've been here over going on 16 years, and I've dedicated my life to it. So it does strike me and other members very personally to this. So I'd like to remain in the city, obviously, but it does affect us personally. But I do believe that, you know, the 6.5 to 8% growth per year compared to other gas companies is unmatched. And if we're looking to double our customer ratio in the upwards of 70,000 over the next 20 years, the revenues are actually going to increase. It's undoubtable. So I just don't find this to be an appropriate time to be considering this. All facts on hand right now, it's just, we know it's not going to work out. Maybe in the distant future, we can revisit it when the technology catches up. Right now, we are green, and it's the only option. I appreciate your time.
Thank you. Anyone else for citizens to be heard? All right, I'm going to close citizens to be heard, and we'll go on to item 11.2.
Approve the selection committee's recommendation for the venue management operator RFQ and authorize city staff to engage in negotiations with Global Spectrum LP doing business as OVG 360 of Philadelphia, Pennsylvania for the purpose of establishing an operating agreement for the Imagine Clearwater Performance Amphitheater.
Good evening, Mayor, Council, Jim Halios, Director of Parks and Recreation. On Monday, May 16th, we came to Council with the recommendation of the Selection Committee regarding the venue operator RFQ. Both finalists are here tonight, Ruth Eckerd Hall as well as OVG and VSG. We were asked at the meeting to provide the following information. There was a request for detailed financials of the Vinnick Group's giving statements. Additionally, the score sheets were provided, as well as requests for statements and referrals from the various partners of the Vinnick Group. So those, I believe, were provided to everyone, and I'd like to move forward and go ahead and answer any questions that you may have, or the questions you may have of either of the two finalists.
Any questions for Mr. Halios from council at this time? Vice Mayor Beckman.
Well, it's not exactly for Mr. Halios, but I was hoping that John Jennings, our city manager, could explain the process from RFQ to staff recommendations, as well as any experience or gravitas that you bring to it before we start our discussion.
Yes.
Excuse me. Thank you, Council Member Beckman. The process that staff undertook is the same process that we have undertaken many times. To reissue, in this case, we issued an RFQ. We began to, as soon as that closed, we began to review, had an initial review of the applicants. We received 3 responses. We eliminated 1 at that time, which left the Ruth Eckerd Hall and the other group. That's OVG. Unfortunately, I wasn't able to attend the presentations by both groups, but staff did. And they did a thorough review, and as was requested the last time, the scoring sheets were provided to the council. I do feel as though at this point I have got to defend city staff. There have been some who have made allegations as if there was that I put the thumb on the scale, which is absolutely categorically not true. There have been emails that have been sent to staff as if they were supporting OVG, which I think is unfortunate and frankly not something that city staff should have to endure. This was not a personal decision against anyone. This was a decision by city staff, the way we've done it 100 or 1,000 times in the past, to make a recommendation to the city council, and that is all city staff has done, is make a recommendation. We understand that the body that will make the decision, the final decision, is the city council and the mayor. And so I think it's important to recognize that staff did their job, and they did their job admirably. And I want to thank all of those staff members that were on the committee. Now, I do have a background in sports and entertainment, and I tried to bring that level of experience, particularly on the financial side, to some of the discussions that we've had. But as I said in the beginning, no one received any pressure from me or from anyone else to make a decision one way or the other.
Thank you, Mr. Jennings. All right. We had the presentations, obviously our presentation on Monday. Would anyone like to see that presentation by OVG again? I don't need to see it. Does anyone else? Okay. I do have some questions before I open it up to citizens to be heard from both of the applicants that are the finalists. So first, I'd like to ask Ruth Eckerd Hall a few questions. So, Ms. Crockett, if you'll come forward. Good evening.
Good evening.
Could you just state your name for the record?
Susan Crockett. I'm President and CEO of Ruth Eckerd Hall.
Great. I think one of the big questions is Ruth Eckerd's financial wherewithal. If the amphitheater needs additional equipment or amenities, how will you deal with those expenses?
As I explained in our presentation, our interview presentation, that we have all intention of approaching this project the same way that we manage the Billheimer Capitol Theater and Ruth Eckerd Hall, which means that we invest in equipment, we invest in anything that we feel, of course, the best investment is the one that's going to give you back a return on investment, right? So you're talking about food and beverage amenities, that kind of thing. But we have actually invested over $21 million in the Ruth Eckerd Hall and the Billheimer Capitol Theater in the last 10 years. And in that number is not things like food and beverage equipment. I'm talking about expansion, roofing, repairs to the building itself. So we realize that the only way that we can keep our reputation at the level that it is to invest. So we're prepared to do that in this project. It's a matter of understanding what the city has prepared, and I understand that was going to be in the next phase of this project once the contract was awarded.
How have you managed risk? That's one of the other questions I've heard from staff and others. How have you managed risk? Because there's questions about OVG having deeper pockets. You've been doing it obviously for 40 years, but
Correct.
This venue is a little bit larger than the park. How have you gone about that?
Well, I think that's part of, that's part of the expertise that we have, is that everything is a calculation. And I will tell you that we have co-presented at Amalie Arena. It's not like we've never done big shows. We've done artists that, and we've prided ourselves on the fact that we could do artists that have played in an arena at Ruth Hall and put them there for 2 nights. So there's always a calculation that goes into that, and we co-promote and we share the risk with others. And it's not something, you know, we're not just going in there and throwing in the dice and signing a contract to pay an artist $200,000 and saying, gee, I hope we sell enough tickets to cover it. We know what we're doing when we go in. We know exactly what we're going to make in the ancillary revenues. We have we start off with a great negotiation with the artist. You know, we structure that so that as we sell better, they get more of a cut of what comes in at the end. So, I mean, this is what we do every day. You know, we've actually, you know, there are times in the past where we've lost 6 figures on one orchestra concert. And so, you know, we weathered that. We're not talking about losing 100,000, in a shot here. We wouldn't do it if we thought we were going to be putting ourselves at risk.
At the end of the presentations, there was the opportunity for you to state exceptions to what was in the RFQ. You did not have any. The other group had 7. And I'm curious, are you certain that there are no exceptions that you had with the way the RFQ was written?
Well, you know, I approached it respectful of the way it was written and said, okay, this is the criteria, these are the questions. I don't think there were a lot of questions. I think there's a lot more to be said, and I hope to get a chance to do that this evening. I think the main qualifier seemed to be, have you ever managed an outdoor amphitheater before? And I think that's very short-sighted. I think that's a small piece. The number of seats is a small piece in what it takes to make a venue like this successful. And I'll talk more about that. I don't want to.
Okay. Any questions for Ms. Crockett? Councilmember Bunker?
Do we subsidize Ruth Eckerd?
Yes, you do. We have a $400,000 annual subsidy from the city that's been going on for a very long time, and we are grateful for it, and I'm always cautious because I don't want to make it sound like we don't appreciate it. That goes towards some of the maintenance that goes on, but I will tell you that's approximately 1.2% of our revenue every year. So we're not dependent on it. We spend a lot more than that on the building, but we appreciate it.
Do you think that subsidy would have to go up with the amphitheater?
I'm not looking for a subsidy, and I said that in the presentation, we're not looking for a management fee. We're looking to walk in because we believe that this can work.
Thank you.
Other questions? Ms. Crockett, the straws, I believe, is subsidized by the city of Tampa. Do you know roughly what that is on an annual
I was afraid
basis?
you might ask me that. From what I could tell from their financials last year, it looked like they had, I think it was close to, I want to say it was maybe close to $1 million. Now, there might have been some extra in there because of COVID, I'm not sure. But they have a lot of support, both from the city, and that might be a combination, both the city and the county. And the $400,000 from the city is the only subsidy that we receive. Everything else is done, it's earned revenue and contributions from our members.
Well, the city's giving them $25 million this year, just as a comparative.
Oh, yes, the construction down there, yeah.
Councilmember Tejeda, did you have your hand up?
No.
Okay. All right. Thank you, Ms.
Thank
Crockett.
you.
I'm sure we'll hear from you again. I don't know who's going to represent OVG in the Vinnick Group. Is it Mr. Griggs or? I don't think we're going to make the 7 o'clock, even though we moved it up. I'm sorry.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Got a couple questions for y'all. I'm trying to still understand the relationship that OVG has with Global Spectrum and Ovation, and how, are there just personnel that have come over to OVG, or it's under the umbrella now of OVG? Can you just explain all those
Mr. Mayor,
relationships?
Doug Hagon, Senior Vice President with OQ Group. Last fall in October, we purchased 100% of a company called Spectra, which at one time, 10, 15 years ago, was a company that had a food service company that was Ovations and Global Spectrum. I don't think Ovations and Global Spectrum has been in existence for about 10 or 12 years.
well, Ovation has, because it did food service at Ruth Eckerd Hall as recently as 3 years ago.
Okay, there's a company, Spectra, which at one point was Ovations. Again, we purchased that company back in the fall.
Okay. For the Vinnick Group, Mr. Griggs, you know, I know you do Amelie and obviously Yingling for the last 5 years. Why hasn't the Vinnick Group done any outside events, outdoor events, in either St. Petersburg or Clearwater?
The opportunity hasn't presented itself, and we've been focused for the last 12 years on making sure that we built a world-class arena and experience with Emily Arena, and then in 2015 took on Yingling Center, and those have been our primary focus as we continue to grow our company. I will tell you that on February 20th of 2020, we launched VSG and VSG Live, and obviously we had about 3 weeks of opportunities to take on certain events, but then COVID hit. So those have been our two major priorities. We have taken the Emily Arena from being, you know, top 100 buildings in North America to being in a top 10 building now, both from a fan experience as well as a booking experience. Same with the Yingling Center, which was gone from not having very many events at all to having over 30 events a year, along with all the USF events in that building. So our primary focus to make sure that we had those buildings humming at a world-class speed.
Okay. And OVG, are you, the Florida Live Arena is down in Miami, or I guess it's in Broward, isn't it, for the Panthers?
Yeah.
I know that you were managing it, but I didn't see references from there. Are you still managing it?
They're part of our arena alliance, which is the same as Emily Arena. We have an alliance of the top 28 arenas across the U.S. and Canada, and they're a part of that group. We assist them with booking services and sponsorship sales. Happy to provide references. They will say very, very, very positive things about us.
When's that contract up?
The contract, we just signed another 7 years, so we're very much aligned with them.
Okay. And another question, when you put money into a facility, and it's similar to the question I asked Ruth Eckerd Hall, if there are things that need to be added to the amphitheater, how do you get that money back out?
I'll give you a perfect example. I think in our presentation the other day we talked about a facility we opened with the city of Savannah back in January. Our initial contract with the city of Savannah had us coming in at contract signing and putting in $5 million. We did that upon contract signing. We were so successful in selling premium seating in that facility that we came back to the city and said, we think there's more opportunity here. And we put in another $1.7 million to build out more premium seating opportunities that we share that revenue with the city. So we come to you, we do the same thing here and say, we see opportunities for us to collectively make money together and make the experience of people coming to our events together and sit down and have a discussion. What do you think? How do you want to do it? We're prepared to fund it and absolutely share the revenue with the city, so we all win.
Well, that's a good lead-in because you point out food and beverage as being a big thing. Are you all fully familiar with our charter provisions?
Yeah,
Yes,
we discussed it at the presentation on Monday, and certainly we understand we cannot come in and build out anything additional permanent. We come in on a daily basis. In fact, to that end, as I mentioned, we just finished our acquisition of Spectra in the fall. We're in the process right now of purchasing another food service company that specializes in outdoor events and festivals that will come in just for events like this, help us sell food and beverage, help us create experience for the patrons coming here that is first class.
Okay. Any questions for OVG? Councilmember Bunker?
We've gotten letters on behalf of both groups, pro and con. I just want to ask a couple of questions that people were concerned about with OVG. Are we going to lose control of the venue for local events?
Not whatsoever. No, it's the core of any facility we manage is to start with the community events and the community access, and then build out from there. We believe so strongly in this facility and this ability. That's why we partner with VSG, because we think it's a home run. We think it's going to be a destination for the community. We think it's going to be a destination for entertainment events, and we look forward to working with the community to make it happen.
Thank you. Florida Orchestra is worried about not being a part of the mix. You seem to be very big on orchestras and want to do the orchestra spring training, which I think is a great idea.
No, it's our part of our due diligence. We came to the community, made sure we got to know everyone, sat with the Florida Orchestra, and really brainstormed with each other to create this concept of the spring training for orchestras, where we make Clearwater our destination in February and March for international Floridas to come here and get ready for their outdoor season. So we're very much aligned with the orchestra. We're very much aligned with the community and look forward to actually making it all become a reality.
And one that I can understand, there's some worry that tickets will be too pricey with a for-profit group, and all the profits are going to be sucked out of the amphitheater, leaving us with crumbs.
Kevin Priest, Vinnick Sports Group. I would like to make sure that that's not a concern. As Doug mentioned, first and foremost, we start with the community. We understand and realize that this is a park first with an amphitheater. So having community events to embrace and raise the awareness of what happens in the amphitheater, as well as in the community with local and national things coming in, like the symphonies coming in for spring training. At the end of the day, like the deals that get cut, there will be some events that will be higher tickets. The Elton Johns, the Billy Joels, they demand, as was referenced, an artist guarantee that will have higher ticket prices. As we've said in our presentation, we're committed to taking some of the proceeds from that and creating free events or low-dough events that can open it up to anybody. For any type of community asset like this, if you don't have a mixture of events that speak to everybody within the community, you've failed, flat out. So our goal is to make sure that we have things, farmers markets, different things like that. We talked about incorporating the legacy events that were hosted previously and then adding to them and creating opportunities for the park and the amphitheater to be shared by everybody. And that goes for the high-end business stuff, the local stuff. As we talked about in our presentation, we recognize that Ruth Eckerd Hall is a sustainable, it's a fixture here in our community. We've done partnerships with them at Amalie Arena where they've brought artists in. Our goal is to make sure that we raise the tide to raise all the ships. Our goal is to make sure everybody has an opportunity to come here to promote, to participate, and to spectate. That's our goal. And then you mentioned something earlier, for ticket prices and proceeds and things like that, this is a public-private partnership. Whatever we agree in that financial relationship, we'll have reinvestment back into the park, into our area, because as this grows, and I think Ms. Beckerman mentioned that this was a financial engine or something, I don't remember her exact words, but we want to put things back in here to reinvigorate this entire area. And I think we have the opportunity with a showpiece being this amphitheater to not only serve people coming in from all over the Tampa Bay area, but all of the snowbirds that come in on a regular basis and people that just want a vacation here. We have an opportunity to do something absolutely amazingly special and raise the tide for all the ships.
We all had a chance to watch the 1 hour question and answer period you had with our staff.
Mm-hmm.
And after watching your pitch, I'm not surprised that the staff chose you. Because I was very, very impressed. When you're talking about investing, on Monday you mentioned perhaps the loading dock will need to be changed to better service the acts. Are there other things that you could think of that you might invest in?
Everything that I think of could possibly change in weeks, right?
Yes.
The world keeps changing, production keeps changing, sound and lights keep changing, all of these different things, right? Like, who would have thought 10 years ago that there would be an LED wall that could be hung up that was an absolute mesh screen and be a production model? We don't know what the technology is going to take us to, but as we continue to evolve as an industry in the entertainment space, things will need to be adjusted. And I think Steve mentioned this on Monday. There's been a public-private partnership that invested over $100 million into Amalie Arena. A lot of that's been funded by
VSG, some of it has been county dollars. But that's to make the event not only good for the people coming in the front door, but make it for the people coming in the back door. Because if the people don't come in the back door, there is no reason for anybody to come in the front door.
You reminded me of a discussion we had last year when we were talking about should we be buying lighting and audio equipment for the amphitheater, or should that be rented? Do you have an opinion on that?
Yes and no. It depends on the act. There's a lot of, like the national acts that will be touring, usually carry their own stuff. It's very specific, it's already pre-choreographed, it's plug and play, they load it in, it's already set, they know what screens and all the fireworks that go along with it. Things that are organically built locally, those would need to be brought in and rented. But anytime you put fixtures in a permanent from a sound and light standpoint, you also limit what it's capable of. And if you buy certain spotlights or certain LED panels that are state-of-the-art, it's like buying a computer, right? As soon as you get it home and unwrap it, it's outdated. So, working with the shows and what they're doing, that's where we try to build very unique events with that financial perspective. So if things need to be brought in, it's part of the overall deal. So I would recommend not investing in that. As technology evolves, that answer could change. And it might be just lights, it might be just sound, it might be things. We might find from an acoustical standpoint, certain things need to be added, either acoustical baffles or things. We talked a little bit about sound and sound control and things like that. We'll have to figure out what that is. We've got water on one side, which amplifies sound. So if we need to do something to make sure that we're making it as peaceful during an event for other people, then we need to look at that.
In the interview, you were talking about transportation and parking being something that you have a lot of experience with. Can you explain?
So obviously with Amalie being downtown and Union Center being on a college campus, students come and go, things like that. Downtown, people are working, this, that, and the other. There's also a significant amount of construction that's happening around Amalie right now. Hopefully it's starting to wrap up and go to phase 2, but working with shuttle services, working with macro and micro transportation to create opportunities to get people in and out of spaces, but also working with the local police, traffic control, setting up MOTs, doing traffic studies, understanding parking. But then it comes back to educating the end users. If you're coming from, Dunedin, we can give you a path to come into park so you don't have to crisscross over. And working with that and educating the end users. If you're coming up from Pinellas Park, you want to park on the south side and we can direct people in. There's a lot of technology that we can use and working with Waze and Google Maps and Apple Maps and stuff like that to create these destinations that also modify during events, right? So if it's normal, like a night like tonight, you come in, it's pretty easy. You come in on a show night, there might be road closures, different things along those lines that we can program to have them be modified. And then we also have the luxury of the water taxi, different things like that. So there's a lot of things that might be possible here that have never been possible anywhere else.
In the presentation, you talked about tying it in with events at the beach and getting people back and forth we really need to get people from the beach to our downtown, to the park, and that's the whole reason for this.
Right.
Can you give me a little?
Well, I mean, like with the shuttle, the Clearwater ferry and different things like that, like we might be able to work with a company that bring people over. We might even set up boat parking, like temporary docks for big events and things like that. We've talked about bringing in, and then again, these are very, pie in the sky, depending on what the waterways are allowed to do and different things like that. Bringing in a boat where the artist would stay on the boat. Nobody else can offer that. You want to talk about a sales pitch? There it is right there. Here, we're going to accommodate you on this yacht while you're waiting to play this weekend tournament or this weekend festival or something like that. That speaks volumes.
You talked a lot about activating.
If I could just add to that on the parking and transportation point. First of all, we have a whole department. That's all we do is parking and transportation for our venues. So as part of our services, that team will come in and help and make sure we have the best parking and traffic plan. But to the example of bringing people over from the beach, I'm going to revert back to Savannah. I probably promise this will be the last time. Savannah, our building is built 1.5 miles from downtown in the historic district. All of the hotels and restaurant are downtown in the historic district. We have the exact same issue there. How do we get people from, or staying downtown and going to the restaurants downtown to the arena, which is a mile and a half away? We work with the city traffic department and have a trolley system that's continuously going during all of our events. We encourage people to park downtown and use the restaurants, take our trolley system, and come to the facility. It helps lessen the car count coming to the facility, which helps get people out of the facility at the end of the event much quicker, but really it's much more efficient, and then it's also helping what the city's goal is to drive economic impact to the restaurants, bars, and hotels.
One of the things that really impressed me in your presentation was the really solid, big team that you presented to deal with all of these issues, so I appreciate that. And you seem to have a great relationship with corporate partners at these other venues. Can you explain some of your experience with that?
We were able to bring on Yingling to be the naming rights sponsor for USF in the Sun Dome. We have built an incredible relationship, not only locally with all of our partners, but the reason that USF brought us on board to look after all of our MMR is because we had all those great relationships, and then we were able to take those relationships and move them into the Yingling Center. So you'll see a lot of the same partners that are at Yingling Center as well as USF Bulls games because of the relationship we have, and we continue to grow our stable of partners, and because of our success on the ice as well as our success with all of our events in our building, we're able to attract best in brand sponsors.
I was interested in your experience with naming rights too, so thank you for that.
If Councilman Bunker, my name is Sims Hines. I'm also a Senior Vice President with OVG. We have an entire Global Partnerships Unit, which last year won the National Award for the best agency that represents venues for naming rights and sponsorships. One of the reasons why the Lightning became a partner with us and joined the Arena Alliance is our ability to go negotiate with major companies like Walmart and negotiate sponsorships for 27 arenas at the same time, when Walmart was not interested in one arena or one market, but they were interested in an across-the-board deal. All of the venues that we represent get included in those packages. We have deals with PetSmart in 18 different arenas. We have deals with the pet food company. We did a major deal that's the speakeasy that we put into the new arena in Savannah. Gulfstream Aviation is headquartered in Savannah. They decided to come in as a major sponsor, and they're building the whole lounge out to look like one of their G5s, which is going to be pretty cool. And they're paying, all this money, by the way, ends up going back to the city as well. One of the key features of our deal in Savannah was, in addition to the investment we made, the arena itself was paid for by a local option sales tax, but the city was petrified over what the subsidies are going to be every year. Their existing civic center has been carrying massive annual subsidy requests for 40, 50 years, and one of the things that we did was we guaranteed the city that they would never have to make a subsidy. So it's basically a lease that we made with the city of Savannah. We made an investment, we made a commitment to them, there would never be a subsidy, and they get an override on the profits that are generated. Thanks.
Thank you. Any other questions at this time? Councilmember Beckman.
Thank you. There were a number of questions that I had that Councilmember Bunker went through that residents have communicated to us about, namely higher prices, community engagement, things like that. One thing that's been communicated to me is a concern about sustainability features and environmentally friendly features. And it's my understanding that, and this will be a later part of my discussion, but tonight, essentially our task is to decide who to begin to negotiate a management agreement. And so if you can just clarify or confirm that those types of details are worked out in a management agreement, but what experience do you have or commitment to with other arenas that you've managed nationally that relate to sustainability and the environment?
I'll start on the national side and then let VSG step in. As we've told you on Monday, we are in the process of opening 6 different arenas in the U.S. over the next 2 years. One of those buildings in Seattle, Washington, Climate Pledge Arena, will be the first ever carbon neutral arena in the world, for that matter. So of our core principles as a company, sustainability is in the top 4. It is a big emphasis for us as a company. We are rolling those efforts out to all of our facilities worldwide. Again, we have a division that's all the people do is work with our individual facility on sustainability efforts. So I'll let BSG talk about it.
The district that we're building in Tampa is actually a well-certified district, and we became a well-certified building through the pandemic, through the course of re-engineering our building to be a very health-conscious type of venue. So as well as sustainability too, we have a hydroponic farm actually in the back of our compound. We were one of the first arenas to eliminate straws. So it's been a big focus of ours. We're part of the Green Alliance as well, which is 100 arenas around North America that are focused specifically on sustainability and wellness.
And then just to, to make it clear, I think, and maybe our city attorney can weigh in on this. If we wanted to make this venue a no single-use plastic, no styrofoam, all compostable, things like that, that's up to us to negotiate in a management contract, correct? Okay, and that's something that the 5 of us can direct our negotiation team to do, correct?
Correct.
Okay.
That's really not a question for them, that's a question for them.
But yes, I agree. Like any provision, it's something that, that's important feature to council, that would be part of our negotiation with either vendor.
Okay. And just to go on the record, I'm in favor of those types of things, and if residents want those types of things, they need to make sure that you communicate with the people who vote on those things and give a direction, because that's not up to an operator, correct?
It would be defined by our contract in most cases, and so whichever vendor of council selects this evening, it will be important for Mr. Jennings and I to meet with each of you individually to assess priorities, and then we can collate those together as we negotiate a contract.
And those types of priorities, other things like community access and all, what we envision it to be, is part of what residents and voters will be communicating, if they haven't already, about what's important to them. And then that'll be taken with the city leaders who are negotiating a contract with whomever.
Yes, ma'am. I would say the best analogy would probably be like our union negotiations, where Mr. Jennings and I meet with council to discuss what we're going to do on the labor side, and we get that feedback from council, and we're your voice when we're negotiating either with one vendor or another. So.
Okay. About the must-haves and negotiables and things like that.
Things that are absolutely cannot live with, and then what are the things in the gray area, or things that may be important to one council member but may not be as important to some of the others.
Okay. So you operate venues internationally? And indoor and outdoor venues. Can you explain the challenges with an outdoor venue? What kind of expertise might you need to have to operate an outdoor venue versus indoor venues?
Yeah, so we currently don't run an outdoor venue, but we do work with Raymond James on their event mix and producing events at Raymond James Stadium. Weather obviously is a big part of what happens here in Florida. It can change on a dime. But ultimately is working within the guidelines of what the facility can provide, right? Life safety comes into play with weather, different types of back-end stuff with electrical and power and protocols and different things like that. Shelter-in-place protocols become different because you don't have shelter-in-place technically. And it also goes through with what we talked about, like with the event mix and the things that will go outside versus come inside from an end user standpoint, or an artist, or a comedian, or a spoken word, or a community type thing.
Okay.
And I'll add our outdoor experiences, because we do have a number of outdoor amphitheaters in our portfolio. Some very similar to this. I'll use our building in Grand Junction, Colorado. Again, a facility that's built right out on the river, We have some of those elements. Facility without any permanent food opportunities, so we come in with temporary food, similar to what we're discussing here. A community is very conscious about the environment and sustainability. Similar efforts there. So I think you asked us the question about sustainability. You saw us all nodding our head yes. So we've already negotiated that point. So, but we're used to that. And then we talked about on Monday the sound. Certainly, we're very well aware that this facility is in the middle of an urban downtown environment, residential environment. I mentioned on Monday that we're opening a very similar project in Virginia Beach, Virginia, where there's apartments and condos that literally look over the amphitheater, and we're working with sound engineers to make sure we're tuning the sound away from the residential and specifically to the amphitheater patrons, and we're being good citizens of the community that we're a part of. So it is much different than operating an indoor venue in that everything you're doing is outdoors. And then making sure that after an event's over, when people come back to use the park at 6 a.m. the next morning, we found it just like we found it the morning before. It's clean, it's ready to go, and it's available to use. And those are all of our commitments.
So the Grand Junction one that's outdoors, built on the river with no permanent food and you're conscious about sustainability, what's the seating capacity at that one?
4,500. So it's smaller than this facility, but again, facility that was built for the community, and the city came to us because we were running their convention center and their theater, and said, we'd like you to help us with our convention center, and we've done just that and put it on the map from an entertainment standpoint. We come in, do our concerts, make sure everyone has fun, has a good experience, use the positive guest experience, and then we turn it back into a city park the next day.
And then I guess right now, you talk about putting skin in the game and making investments. You will put in your own capital into the project, you'll put skin in the game, and you say your substantial investment in Coachman Park is protected and maximized. So I have two questions related to that. Number one, what do you envision, like, how many millions of dollars are you ready to write a check for in the next month or so to make it the way you think it should be? And what do you mean by I know what our substantial investment is, which is like 85 million plus. But what do you mean by is protected and maximized?
Again, I'm going to come back to Savannah because it's very similar. City of Savannah put $165 million into their arena. We came in and put $5 million upon contract signing. In that case, it was just to help the city pay for the building. In this case, we're going to sit down with city staff and really learn, okay, we've seen the plans, but we've seen them at a very high level. Okay, what's missing in the project? What do we think is necessary? How do we accommodate the patrons that are coming here and really develop a plan? We talked about sound and lights, should we do that, and have that discussion with you? But it's an open dialogue back and forth. But I think for me to sit here and throw that $5 million number around, that's not a bad number. That's where we're coming from. So it's not hundreds of thousands of dollars, it's millions of dollars.
Councilmember Albrecht.
Yeah, it's unclear from your response who exactly will be accountable for this venue here.
We will be. Vinnick Sports Group will have, just like we manage Yuengling Center, our home base is obviously the Emily Arena, but we have dedicated people that work specifically at the Yuengling Center, both from a facility ops standpoint, from a booking standpoint, from a marketing standpoint, from a general manager standpoint. We have 14 people that are focused strictly on the Yuengling Center. So with us, you get the local force of our organization, not just here at Coachman, but you also have all the horsepower that we have back at Emily Arena with our database, our ticketing systems, all of that. We have all that in place. And then you have, from a booking standpoint, local, but also national as well. So you have the best of both worlds, but we'll be feet on the ground.
So you don't have one person, you have a bunch of people that will be in charge of this venue.
You have different people that do different jobs. So yes, you want to have a booker, you want to have a marketer, you want to have facility ops people, people that have expertise in those parts of the business.
Okay. Yeah, so just to expand on that, we have a dedicated. It'll ultimately be me at the end of the day, but we have dedicated folks that are in a leadership organizational chart We have a person who is primarily focused on Yuengling Center every single day. We have a person that's primarily focused on Amalie Arena every single day from an operation and management standpoint. And then it trickles down. They have bookers, they have event coordinators, housekeeping, engineers, all of those different things. And as Steve mentioned, we have 14 people that are dedicated to the Yuengling Center. However, when the water starts to swell a little bit, we pull people from Amalie over there to help support it and make sure. No different than here. We'll work through a proper structure that's appropriate for the size and the space of the room. And then we will be able to, when the ground swells a little bit, we'll be able to pull resources from Yuengling or Amalie to help with what's going on here. So if there's a weekend-long festival, we can pull engineering, housekeeping, booking, accounting, all of those things that we need to successfully put on an event, plus our guest service folks. Our guest service folks work across all of our different buildings to keep, when you enter a VSG property, you're treated like $1 million. We set the precedent on guest service. So our folks work cross-trained to make sure that everybody can speak intelligently to end users and make sure that they have the best time possible.
All right, at this time, I'd like to open it up to citizens. If you could come forward, state your name, and I respectfully ask you all to keep your comments to 3 minutes.
Good evening. My name is Sherry Heilman. Thank you, Mayor and Council. First, let me say I've had the pleasure of knowing the Eckerd family for over 4 decades. Ruth Eckerd loved the arts and believed that children of all ages needed the arts in their lives. Ruth Eckerd Hall is a nonprofit for this reason, and just one more way to give back to our community. The Eckerd family believed in giving to the community. In fact, they gave $2 million to build this library we're having a meeting in tonight. I stand before you as the founder and chair of Ocean Allies. Ocean Allies is an organization that educates residents and businesses on the products and practices we all need to use to keep our environment free from harmful materials. Ruth Eckerd Hall is a certified ocean-friendly business by Ocean Allies. One more way that Ruth Eckerd Hall is giving back to our community. Just last week, they checked with Ocean Allies about a product that they were considering, always making sure they are keeping within the guidelines of their certification. Approximately 45 members of their team cleaned up Cooper's Bayou Park during the big city cleanup this past fall. Ruth Eckerd Hall is committed to our community to show the economic impact that an environmentally sound organization has on Clearwater's image and success. The people and visitors of Clearwater want to see how we take care of our city. Ruth Eckerd Hall has a large membership that also recognizes and appreciates their environmentally friendly practices. Whatever company is chosen to manage the amphitheater, they will be operating on our unprotected bluff, surrounded by water. Ruth Eckerd Hall already has the certification that proves that they will operate under the guidelines that will protect that bluff. Ocean Allies believes the choice is clear. Should balloons, beads, bags, among many other no-nos for our environment, try to enter before, during, or after an event, Ocean Allies would like to know the organization running the show would work with us to ensure that those types of items will be on the do not list. Our experience is that Ruth Eckerd Hall will be that choice. Ocean Allies hopes to see like-minded stewards of our vulnerable bluff involved in this project. Downtown needs an economic uplifting. Ruth Eckerd Hall is the right environmental choice. Imagine Clearwater together with Ruth Eckerd Hall can protect our backyard and our treasure that we call tourism. Ruth Eckerd Hall is the locals' choice, the environment's choice, and they are Ocean Allies' choice. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Hyland.
Susan Crockett, President and CEO of Ruth Eckerd Hall, and I want to thank the council and the city staff for the opportunity to be a part of this process and for the efforts that have made this a reality, because I know it's been a long road, and I appreciate the support that the council put behind this project, because years ago, not too many years ago, but I sat in this room and I heard you be advised that this project would not be an economic driver, that it was a bad idea. You were also advised that 2,500 seats were adequate and that it didn't need a cover. Oh, sorry. Yeah, I won't use all of it, but yeah, there we go. I'm sorry. She's behind you. Selvage. Thank yous. Getting back, you were advised at the time that this would not be an economic driver. You were advised it was risky. You were advised that 2,500 seats were adequate and that you didn't need a cover. And you were given a pro forma showing that the city would lose 1.2 million operating it each year. Ruth Eckerd Hall stood here and assured you that based on our knowledge of venue operations and our industry, that those conclusions, while well-intentioned, were based on limited information about how our industry works. And I thank the other operator because they validated everything that we have been saying for 5 years. With all due respect, the current conclusion that we are the less qualified operator is also incorrect. While this would be our first management contract for an amphitheater, clearly the fact that we have turned parking lots, city parks, beaches, and a driving range into amphitheaters, hosting concerts of 6,000 plus attendance, demonstrates exceptional operational capacity and logistical competence to manage this contract. When the Tampa Bay Sports Authority reached out 3 days before the Super Bowl to ask if we could produce their post-game concert, Ruth Eckerd Hall on the Road got it done. When the National Hockey League and the NCAA wanted outdoor concerts for their playoffs, it was Ruth Eckerd Hall on the Road that they called. When it comes to different sized venues, diverse acts, we hosted 2 open-air concerts, Gavin DeGraw in Tampa and Eddie Money at the Chasco Fiesta, on the same day that we had Cedric the Entertainer at Ruth Eckerd Hall, Girl with No Job at the Capitol Theater, and a free family festival that we hosted for the downtown. 3 counties, 5 completely different audiences in terms of age and tastes. We're used to hauling over the box office, erecting the stage, numbering the seats, managing the crowds, rolling in the portalettes, and dismantling it all back down to a green space at the end of the night. Just imagine what we could do if we didn't have to take the building with us at the end of the show. And what it leads to, because we are imagining it leads to diverse programming opportunities so that when we book artists like Pitbull, John Legend, Amy Schumer, Dolly Parton, and Ludacris, the next time we book them, we don't have to look outside our venues to do it. I have been in venue management since 1986, from operations to ticketing to festival planning to business analysis. And I would suggest that the most important criteria to look for in an operator lies in the programming, the marketing, the food and beverage, the ticketing, and the security. The skill set of our staff is revered, and their experience is not limited to a 2,200-seat venue. We are the largest buyer of talent in the Tampa Bay market. We do over 300 shows a year. Our programmer has over 25 years in this market, and he was a regional promoter before that. He brings and continues to bring acts into arenas, theaters, clubs, the versatility, and yes, he's done amphitheaters. Our head of marketing was the marketing manager for Live Nation's Southeast region, including their Tampa amphitheater. Our marketing team has the versatility to reach specific markets for a wide range of artists because we have a different audience, a different fan base in our building every day. They come from Hillsborough, Pasco, Hernando, Polk, Manatee, and Sarasota counties. They're coming to Clearwater. We also have the appropriate expertise standing by to focus solely on the marketing sponsorships and the naming opportunities appropriate for this venue. Our F&B director, and we really do have the same, because we kind of all use the same people. Our food and beverage director was the general manager of services at Tropicana Field, and he was brought there to open it. And before that, he was the premium services director at Yankee Stadium. He's managed food and beverage operations for 6 World Series and 5 Super Bowls. Our ticketing and sales director has arena experience in season ticketing, group sales, and box office and management. Our security director is a retired Clearwater police officer commendated by the city and the former president of the police union. We have the best trained in-house security professionals of any venue. Our artists will tell you that. They've told us that. This year alone, we will be spending $1.2 million in improvements to Ruth Eckerd Hall. We will invest in this building as well to have the right tools to provide the best experience for our guests and our neighbors. Councilmember Beckman asked about noise pollution. We offered our approach to sound mitigation in our presentation, including the personnel and the technology resources that we would turn to. You've got 2 qualified operators before you. I would tell you that one brings more value. We stand apart because we are mission-driven. We operate efficiently, not to widen our profit margin, but because efficiencies lower costs, which offsets prices, which allows greater participation. By bringing our food and beverage operations back in-house, the cost decreased by 57%, while we increased the quality and the service. Our concession prices remain the lowest of any venue in this area. We're proud of that. That might not be considered plus in some people's view, but we're very proud of that. By investing in our own ticketing system, our ticket purchasers pay around 35% less in service fees than other Tampa Bay venues. That's intentional. The fact that people can picnic in the park and enjoy the music that escapes over the hedge, that's a plus to us. We don't see that as lost revenue. Our partnerships with Clearwater Jazz Holiday and the Florida Orchestra, they aren't beginning with this contract. They've been established for years. And it's not just about renting the facilities to arts organizations. We invest in co-presenting to lessen their risk. Shakespeare in the Park will come to this venue, whether we bring it or we create it ourselves, because we have the capability to do that. We produce community content as part of our mission, and we'll host the school system here as we do at our other venues. One of the most exciting aspects for us is to explore the programming collaborations with the Parkside, the district, and our other theater across the street. Most importantly, how do you know that we'll do what we're saying we're going to do? Because we've done it. We've done it for years here in Clearwater. As we advocated before council in the past, we believe this venue can be both commercially successful and build our community if it's in the right hands. Thank you for your consideration.
Thank you, Ms. Crockett.
Good evening, I'm Camille Hepting. I'm a proud resident of Clearwater, a proud employee of a Clearwater-based company celebrating 25 years in business this month, and a proud visitor and patron of our neighborhoods and the businesses within it. I also serve on the board of directors of our local Chamber of Commerce, Amplify Clearwater, and I currently chair the city's Neighborhood and Affordable Housing Advisory Board. I am here today to urge the City Council not to follow the Selection Committee's recommendation to award the management contract to OVG 360. Instead, I'm asking you to advocate for Ruth Eckerd Hall. Ruth Eckerd Hall has been a pillar of our community since 1983. It is a non-for-profit organization whose mission is to change lives through the performing arts, and they've done just that by presenting the finest performances and providing educational opportunities to all segments of our community. I don't think it is a stretch to say that a majority of Clearwater residents have a special relationship with Ruth Eckerd Hall, or even that they share history with Ruth Eckerd Hall, not to mention the countless jobs they've created in our community and for our neighbors as well in the last 40 years. The Selection Committee is recommending a for-profit business associated with Live Nation to manage the new amphitheater. Even if we ignore the current legal battles that Live Nation is facing regarding fatalities at a concert in a similar venue last year, there's no telling the length that a for-profit business will go to make a dollar at the end of the day. Imagine Clearwater is a project that will be funded in part by our tax dollars. And I think the last thing this council would want or should want is to exclude the very people who will be paying for the new amphitheater from using it by making it unaffordable or possibly unsafe. I care about Clearwater, and I know all of you do as well. Imagine Clearwater is a great project, and I'm asking you that you please do what's right for us all and select Ruth Eckerd Hall. Thank you so much.
Hi, Council.
Samuel Hutkin, President of Clearwater Beach Association. I'm here to speak, obviously, to advocate for Ruth Eckerd Hall. I mean, as you see behind you, you have a lot of residents and a lot of people that are here to support Ruth Eckerd Hall for various reasons. My background also is I've been in for-profit for 25 years. I've run companies, and I understand what for-profit does do. And at the end of the day, this project has been paid by the residents. I mean, that's exactly what it's about. When we voted, actually, for council, we voted, as Kathleen, you mentioned, for you to represent us, represent the things that we did come to you about. And that was not about profits. It was about taking care of the citizens, and that this $82 million project was also going to be beneficial to the citizens, that price gouging wasn't going to happen. Which, by the way, no offense to OBGYN, but when you did your research, I didn't get a phone call. If you wanted to learn about the residents, I have been president for a very long time. I've lived here for 14 years. No one picked up the phone. No one called me. So when we talk about research and we talk about trust, and we can have a great lawyer, which he is great, by the way, I'll say it again. When we do that contract, there are certain things you will not be able to control. You will lose control. That is just a fact. I've had many lawyers that work for me, and there's only so many things that you can negotiate into that contract, and those prices of those tickets will go up. I mean, they actually even said it. Premier seating will pay for certain things. They said that. So at the end of the day, you're seeing people standing here. I have a 7-year-old waiting to get fed. I came here, I'm representing over 500 homes that do live on the beach, and we are not in favor of OVG, we are in favor of Ruth Eckerd Hall. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Hi there, my name is Jacob Rosado. I'm going to be reading a letter from Gabriel Pellissier, General Manager of St. Johns County Cultural Events, St. Augustine Amphitheater. Honorable Commissioners and staff, greetings from the St. Augustine Amphitheater. It was a pleasure speaking with you a few months back regarding the operational direction of your brand new music venue, the Coachman Amphitheater in Clearwater, Florida. The St. Augustine Amphitheater and your new venue are positioned perfectly to work on show routing together, and we are hopeful the management team you choose will be interested in working with us. That being said, you are clearly at the point of making a big decision, and therefore I felt like I should send a note to see how things are going, offer my assistance if you have any questions, and leave you with a few thoughts I would be considering if I were in your shoes. I wouldn't rush the decision. This is a big decision, and probably the biggest decision for the success of the venue. Be certain you have core value alignment with the management partner you choose. Understand how they measure their success, and be sure the primary measurables align with yours. Don't be afraid that you won't get shows. There are not many good amphitheaters in Florida, and touring acts are constantly looking for a good place to play. We will have 73 main act shows this year. If your venue doesn't price gouge their customer base and truly cares about the artist, I will happily support aligning our schedules en route with you. Publicly shared management companies have corporate leaders that don't live in your town. They will not be as invested in the local impact regardless of what they say. Be authentic. Be the best you. Don't try to be anything else. I hope this is helpful, and please don't hesitate reaching out if I can assist in any way. Best regards, Gabriel Pellissier. Thank you.
Thank you.
My name is Pat Clark. I'm with ESI Productions in Tampa. We've been involved with this project through the Savine Acoustic Consultants pretty much since the beginning. I'm not here to convince you guys who to vote for. I work for both these groups, and they're both amazing. So that's not my job. I'm here to give you the facts. The facts are, I've done huge shows for Kevin Priest, and I love working for him. And I've done amazing things for Bobby Rossi, and I love working for him. The one thing that I did want to bring up that I think people look at Ruth Eckerd as a 2,200 seat venue. How do they compete? And that's the main reason I'm here, is I've done some amazing things with Ruth Eckerd and their production group, mainly the Tampa Bay Rays. They approached me on how we could turn an outfield into a concert venue in 15 minutes from the final catch of the game, and we did. And that was through the leadership of the production team at Ruth Eckerd. It was an amazing experience, 50-plus shows. We also turned a driving range into a concert venue in 24 hours and make it go away. at the Valspar every year. So like I said, I'm going to keep this short, but I just want people to understand that Ruth Eckerd is not just a 2,200 seat small theater. Ruth Eckerd on the Road can do anything that any other large group can do. And I'm certainly not saying that Kevin and his group can't do it either. I just wanted to put out the facts. One other thing I want to talk about is you asked about a permanent lighting or sound system in the venue. And as we've told the Savine group, that's a mistake. Not because I want to get the business, because I do concerts for John Valentino, Bobby Rossi, and Kevin Priest, and I do very well, and I do big shows for them. But a show is like a fingerprint, and they're all different. So if you think you're going to put up a light show and it's good for one show, it's not good for the next. We prep every show individually because it has its own fingerprint. So I just wanted to put that out there. Thank you for hearing me.
Thank you for coming out.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, City Council members, Bud Elias from Countryside. One thing I haven't heard tonight is the fact that Ruth Eckerd Hall has been a partner, has worked with us from the very beginning of the park, have been instrumental in the design of the amphitheater. So not only are they recognized around the world as a preeminent organization who can bring programs to our community, but they're a partner and they're a neighbor. And I think shame on us if we don't give them the credit for being with us from thick and thin, from helping us designing the amphitheater, to being part of that beginning process and being with us all the way through. So I am certainly a strong supporter of Ruth Eckerd Hall, and I encourage you to consider all of those possibilities for the future of Clearwater. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Beth England. My husband and I support Ruth Eckerd Hall because what is meaningful to us, music and education, is central to Ruth Eckerd Hall's mission. When we moved to the area in 2010, we began researching programs that provide access and educational opportunities to at-risk youth. We had already discovered Ruth Eckerd Hall as our favorite place for concerts, but we came to learn about their educational reach. This made us think back to all the places we've lived and all the music organizations we've been associated with. Not one supported their community like Ruth Eckerd Hall does. They were all for-profit entities. We didn't realize such a model as Ruth Eckerd Hall's could exist. Learning about their mission sealed the deal for us, and we've been supporters ever since, and I am proud to be on their board. Ruth Eckerd Hall does an amazing job of making things happen through innovative partnerships and stewarding every dollar invested in them. Decades ago, several people had the vision to create and fund Ruth Eckerd Hall. The City of Clearwater believed in us and has supported our mission ever since. Today, we have some of the same issues before us, one of which is to help create a lasting legacy for the children of this community. While the amphitheater will be for the benefit of those attending the shows, the real benefits to the community will not be realized until the children of today are grown and make their mark. And we know they will make their mark. Over the past 10 years, I've seen firsthand children and teens that have gone through our programs grow up to be confident, responsible, and talented individuals. We know the new opportunities Ruth Eckerd Hall has been planning for this facility: school trips, family festivals, all-county concerts, and teen musicals. These events make no money. I think this bears repeating. These events make no money. And Ruth Eckerd Hall is excited about that. These types of programs will not be a priority, nor will they be financially feasible for a for-profit manager. What will make these types of events a reality are the efficiencies and partnerships Ruth Eckerd Hall will have when operating another facility. We've all heard the saying, time, talent, and treasure. Well, Ruth Eckerd Hall is investing all three, time, talent, and treasure, back into our community. Why? Because like me, Ruth Eckerd Hall is a member of this community. They are and have been a trusted community partner for decades. As a financial supporter of Ruth Eckerd Hall and a community member, I want the City of Clearwater's investment to have the most impact in this community, not just for today, but for the future. This is an extraordinary opportunity to create something more than another Mid-Florida Credit Union amphitheater. It should go hand in hand with the park, serving everyone, including our kids. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. England.
Hi, thanks council for hearing us tonight. I'm Laura Mayoko. I live right up the street in Dunedin, Florida. I work in advertising, marketing, and I specialize in branding. So I've also been a member of Ruth Eckerd Hall for a number of years, probably about 25 years. So I've been in this community a while. So we're all here, we're hearing about two what I think of as completely different entities. And I'm feeling like the decision for this Clearwater community is obvious. So I just wanted to kind of give you my thoughts. On one hand, you have a tried and true organization, a feel-good, community-based group, always doing what I consider right for this community first and foremost. Because I love music, my husband's in a band, we are always attending shows. Ruth Eckerd Hall and the venues that they fill book some of the biggest and best talent that I know, I've been there. Van Morrison, Brad Paisley, Kid Rock, Train, Maroon 5, as well as great theater shows and celebrity talks and so on. I've also have to tell you a really funny story that I often tell people. In the same exact week, I saw a show when my kids were little, Dr. Seuss's Go Dog Go. In the same week, I saw Kid Rock. What kind of an organization can address and cater to so many different audiences? You already work with them. You actually know this. You know you have a gem right here in your backyard. On the other hand, we have OVG, and I hear names like Vinnick and Live Nation and Ticketmaster and things like that. Doesn't it feel like this huge mega company coming in and setting up shop? Well, it is. They're international. I can see how it seems like a really exciting opportunity, and maybe even that they're a community player. But let's be honest, being for profit, they're here for one thing, to make money. I think that excitement and that investment or giving back that they say they'll do will be short-lived. I feel like in a year it won't be quite so exciting. They'll move on to 6 new venues that they're opening around the world at this point. Actually, my guess is that it will create a whole slew of other concerns and problems for you, the council, the city, and our community. I have to tell you, as an avid concert goer, I actually shy away from shows like that are put on by companies and sold by tickets like Live Nation because of the experience is so different. First, I know it will be nearly impossible to get tickets. When the show goes on sale, how many of us jump online at 10 a.m. just to find out 2 minutes later the show is sold out? I've tried many times to do that, and I'm sure some of you have as well. It's a pretty well-known fact that the bulk of their tickets go to scalpers and other groups who have an unfair access and underhanded ways to resell the tickets. They seem to monopolize the ticket distribution way before the average person from Clearwater, St. Pete, or Tampa can even get a ticket. I know, I've had to go to scalpers to get tickets, and I pay a lot more money. And it's not coming back to Clearwater, it's not helping the community, and it's not helping my experience at all. Yeah, I'm sure for a year it'll feel like a really big splash, a big deal, but knowing that what the process is for the concert goer, that and the hassle of getting tickets, not to mention the potential safety and security issues that were mentioned, it just doesn't seem like a right fit to me. I have experienced Ruth Eckerd Hall events, whether it be shows tied to their own venues, or thanks to the gentleman that just spoke from ESI, I've seen Brett Michaels at the Rays baseball game, Toby Keith at the Valspar golf tournament, even shows tied to the Super Bowl. Whether it be a benefit concert with Ringo Starr or Sheryl Crow, or even
Thank you, Ms.
MGM.
Mayoko.
What's that?
Sorry.
Oh, we're done?
Your time's
That's,
up.
no, it went over. Well, thank you. I hope
Thank
you
you.
understand that Ruth Eckerd Hall prioritizes community.
Good evening. My name is Charlie Hart. This is my cousin Jess. For those of you that don't know, our grandparents were Jack and Ruth Eckerd. Many of you know my grandfather's passion for this community and specifically kids, but you may not know about my grandmother's passion for changing lives in this community through the performing arts programs. It's for my grandparents and the over 3,500 members of this community that have given their time, talent, and treasure to create our world-renowned arts community that I'm speaking for tonight. I'm also here to speak about my generation and future generations that are in this community and the message that we are about to send them. To summarize that message as I see it, spend 40 years creating something world-renowned in this community, structure it as a nonprofit to reinvest in this community, grow and become successful with this community, and will outsource the city's largest investment to maximize profits for people that live outside of this community. As someone that is starting a new business in this community, was born in Morton Plant, third generation in this community, I just don't think that's a message that you want to send to my generation and to people like me. When my grandparents' generation created Ruth Eckerd Hall, the vision was to create an enduring arts community here in Clearwater. The legacy that that generation left behind is thriving today, and there's no organization here that's a better example than the one that carries my grandmother's name on it, our grandmother's name on it. They'd be so proud of the recognition and the accolades that Ruth Eckerd Hall has received to date. I'll let others speak to them, but, you know, what better way to remember that generation and the people that came before us? The last point that I would make is, wouldn't it be amazing to deepen the partnership with a known community partner, created and led by people that grew up in and have lived forever in this community? Thank you very much for the time.
Thank you, Mr. Hart.
Hi, everyone. I'm Adam Abelson. Thank you for listening to us tonight. I'm a Clearwater resident. I was raised in Oldsmar, and I was born at Meast Dunedin Hospital. Ruth Eckerd Hall has served as a venue and an arts education for me my entire life, which is why I was honored when I was invited to sit on their board 3 years ago. In regard to the management and attraction of the Amphitheater, Ruth Eckerd Hall is already a national powerhouse, as we've heard. It is consistently voted as having the best venue experiences for its sizes nationwide in competitions year after year, and it's known nationally by artists and agents alike. My generation does not want a big business experience. We crave genuine local products from real people, and we'll go out of our way to find those experiences. There's nothing more attractive to fans and artists than having the high quality and personal experience of a performing arts entity that is mission-driven, not profit-driven. Ruth Eckerd Hall will not offer the standard impersonal, corporate stadium-style experience. My generation is sick of spending as much on the corporate service fees and parking as we spend on the ticket itself. The hall has deep-rooted personal connection in this city. The Ruth Eckerd Hall experience is connected with Pinellas County residents starting at the age of 5 when they deliver arts education in public schools. This education will now be even more impactful when Ruth Eckerd Hall is managing a proper venue to bring in artists that connect with teenagers and young adults. Ruth Eckerd Hall is a vibrant nonprofit that works with its grassroots donors, patrons, and local government officials to do the right thing for our community and no one else. The hall is already the preeminent live entertainment brand throughout Pinellas County, and we should seize the opportunity to strengthen the arts experience in our city rather than bring in another corporate manager that will always look to cut expenses. The idea of bringing the hall's incredible customer and artist experience to this venue is an opportunity that we shouldn't let slip through our grasp. No other operator will give the amphitheater the attention it deserves, and I can guarantee you that they will exceed the expectations just as they did with the Bilheimer Capitol Theater. After such a large investment from the city in such a pivotal project for the city, the management must be completely trustworthy to the city. There can be no doubts. Trust is the most important, and throughout the last 4 decades, the hall has served as a trusted partner for our voters and our greater community. Missing our opportunity to embrace our trusted and incredibly successful local partner in Ruth Eckerd Hall would be a historic mistake and a shame for our city and greater Tampa Bay region. I trust in your judgment that you'll do the right thing for your constituents, and I appreciate your time. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Abelson. Mr. Sousa, we have a rule that we take a break every 2 hours so that our staff can take a break. And I'm sorry to keep you all later, so, but before we do that, I was in error in not getting the consent agenda passed, and we may have some staff that can go home if we do that. So I'd ask if there are anyone from the public to speak to items 7.1 through 7.11. Seeing none, do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda?
Move to approve consent agenda.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. We'll take an 8-minute recess. we're starting now. We're starting. Excuse me, everybody, we're going to reconvene the meeting. I know you're a social group. Some people haven't seen each other in a while. Next person to be heard.
Good evening, everyone. Nice to see you. Scott Sousa. I'm wearing two hats tonight. One with the Clear Sky Restaurant Group. It's Dan Shovlin and Michael Preston. We're not able to be here tonight, so I'll be speaking for both Clear Sky and Frenchies. And also as president of the Downtown Clearwater Merchants Association. So both have a very vested interest in what happens downtown. I think value was mentioned earlier, and it is almost always the deciding factor in anything. You know, either group could add $5 million to add something to the stage. What has Ruth Eckerd added over the last 40 years? I mean, that's immeasurable. That $5 million tenfold, you know, in everything they've done. We would not be here. I wouldn't be standing here today because I wouldn't have a job. We would not have a restaurant in downtown Clearwater if it weren't for Ruth Eckerd Hall. And we're one of the anchors down there. There are numerous businesses that wouldn't be there if we weren't here. You know, it's that trickle-down effect. You know, it just makes sense for our community. They've invested the money on the front side. Downtown Clearwater's had you know, we've been the redheaded stepchild for quite a while. And we've got great ambitions. We've got a lot of stuff going on. And not to say that the OVG group wouldn't do a fantastic job. I mean, I think we're so fortunate to have two groups that, you know, that bring so much to the table, because we could win with both of them. You know, there's no doubt about that. But in the long run, I think there's one that just really makes sense for us as a community. And by the way, I'm pretty sure we probably have broken the record for the number of times community's been said in the last 2 hours. It's pretty amazing. But we have something different. We have the beach. We have, you know, the culture down here that Ruth Eckerd has been involved in for 40 plus years. Like, that cannot be discounted. I mean, dollars and cents are gonna make final decisions, but they will make that happen for us. They'll bring the people. They'll keep it local. One of the things that stood out to me, the only negative that stood out on the OVG side, was they did say they would bring in a company that would handle the food and beverage, and then they would leave the next day. So where are those dollars going? They're not staying in Clearwater. They're not going to my business or any other business downtown. So where's the value then? The value needs to stay local. So I just wanted to thank you for the opportunity. We wholeheartedly support, you know, Ruth Eckerd Hall. Tough decision. Good luck with everybody. I also wanted to thank Chief Slaughter for doing an amazing job, despite what somebody necessarily always says, and the people that protect our city. All right.
Thank you,
all.
Mr. Sousa. We like them too.
Good evening.
Good evening.
Steve Weinberger, CEO of Clearwater Jazz Holiday Foundation. Imagine Clearwater is exciting for Clearwater Jazz Holiday, but it is equally as challenging. As excited as we are, new year-round music programming in this amphitheater and navigating a new third-party operator presents challenges for our 43-year tradition. As you work through your decision, I'd like to highlight two of those challenges for your consideration. One of those challenges is increased competition for music programming. Tampa Bay is an already saturated market for live music. In Clearwater alone, Ruth Eckerd Hall, as we all know, is a big player, with high-profile programming at the Hall, at the Capitol, and with other special events. Add to that heavy programming at the Amphitheater on I-4, Amalie Arena, Janus Live, and the region's other major venues and festivals. And what you get when you do that is significant competition for everyone to land the most unique, exciting, and best possible lineup of programming. So we already face that type of competition. But now with this new amphitheater, there could be 30 to 40 other program days, many vying for artists that could also appear at this legacy event we call Clearwater Jazz Holiday. One way we've dealt with this competition and this saturated climate is to partner with Ruth Eckerd Hall. We've partnered with them for approximately 15 years now as part of our music selection process. I would refer to them as an important strategic partner for us for this reason. They believe strongly in our economic and cultural community impact and wanting to help us shine and be the best we can be. We regularly communicate with them all year long, together, about artist availability, about routing, trying to help position the best possible lineup for Clearwater Jazz Holiday, all amidst their own booking priorities at the Hall, Capitol, and elsewhere. And also trying as best as possible not to program on top of each other during the festival. Or at least program artists with different audiences so that all shows can be as successful as possible. So increased competition for programming, one major challenge for us. The second major challenge is the unknown of exactly what changes to our proven format will be necessitated by a new operator. In other words, how do we have to adapt as a festival organizer? That has us very anxious during this time. In just a couple of months, we're already planning for our festival next October, and hopefully this beautiful new space, the 44th annual Clearwater Jazz Holiday. What limitations will we now face as it relates to everything from ticketing, food and beverage, use of the facilities, limitations on our sponsorships, other considerations? We are successful and have been for over 40 years because we've cultivated a community of support and leveraged all kinds of strategic and corporate partnerships that make us special and unique. Partnerships that have helped us to mitigate expenses, maximize fundraising, keep our education and outreach strong, and keep our festival accessible to our community. You, as the city of Clearwater, have been a critical partner to that special mix of players. So whoever you decide as an operator, I hope you keep these considerations in mind and the impact to an organization like us doing what we do for the community. In 2008, Frank Hibbert, as mayor at that time, issued a special proclamation celebrating Clearwater Jazz Holiday tradition and its community impact. During all of the Imagine Clearwater workshops and the stakeholder meetings, there was an ever-present theme that this is the new home to Clearwater Jazz Holiday. So on behalf of the foundation, thank you for your hard work in helping us to get to this point, and thank you in advance for keeping us in mind. Keeping us in mind as you select the operator and as you help to negotiate an arrangement that encourages all the parties to work with us, to continue to invest in our growth, to help this tradition stand out what will soon be a sea of other programming in the very same space, and to help us to continue to shine for the next 40 years for the benefit of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Fisher.
My name is Fred Fisher. I have been a volunteer, a co-founder, a founder, and a donor to a substantial number of organizations and nonprofits in our community and state for 63 of my 91 years. And I was asked by several community leaders to share my thoughts tonight. My 3 minutes will share a very quick bit of our community's history and my conclusion. In 1916, Mr. Morton F. Plant endowed and opened Morton Plant Hospital. Subsequently, along with partners Clearwater Free Medical Clinic, Community Free Dental Clinic, they became the flagship of our community's medical system. In 1983, Ruth Eckerd Hall opened. Subsequently, along with partners Marcia P. Hoffman School of the Arts and the Capitol Theater, it became the flagship of our community's arts leadership and recognized as one of the 5 best theaters in the United States. In 1990, the Long Center opened. Subsequently, along with partners Clearwater for Youth, Clearwater Aquatic Team, and ARC of Tampa Bay became the flagship of our community's recreational educational programs. These three organizations have at least three things in common. One, they are nonprofit organizations with their profits accruing to the benefit of the taxpayers in our community. Two, the three are innately successful leaders in their field and recipients of many, many awards. Three, several thousand citizen taxpayers contributed tens of thousands of volunteer hours and tens of millions of donor dollars to first provide these three flagships, and then to both expand and maintain them with their time and treasure to have an enormous impact and benefit to our community and the taxpayers. Today we deal with a competition between two choices: to manage another facility, this one conceived by the commission and financed by the taxpayers, not private citizens. One is our nationally recognized community organization with a local and long-proven record, our nonprofit flagship of the arts, Ruth Eckerd Hall, while the other is a for-profit organization without any history or impact on our community, however great their accomplishments elsewhere. I believe that to award the management contract to the newcomer would be an affront to Ruth Eckerd Hall and their proven expertise, their staff, and their vast legion of supporters and donors. I also believe that the related negative local publicity could exceed that slap in the face at the Oscars.
Thank you, Mr. Fisher.
That got me smiling. Oh my gosh. I'm Joyce Cotton. I am Director of Marketing and Community Partnerships at WEDU PBS. I also serve on the Board of Directors for Creative Pinellas, the University of Tampa Sykes Business College of Business, the Florida Orchestra, Empath Health, and Ruth Eckerd Hall for many, many years. I care about living in a community where cultural experiences are available and accessible to everyone. That includes both classical and contemporary artists, art forms reaching all ages, which you also see reflected in WEDU's programming. To create a place at the table for everyone is an intentional act. It doesn't happen when profit drives decisions. It only happens through partnerships, collaborations, community inclusion, and the commitment of those leading the charge. It requires others to step up, speak up, and back them up. Ruth Eckerd Hall is a unique organization, balancing fiscal independence with the community commitment, and at the same time surpassing other independents and for-profit conglomerates. Knowing the organization as I do, I cannot comprehend how those unique qualifications wouldn't be the obvious choice for the city. When the entertainment industry, the artists, the tours, agents, and road crews repeatedly place an operator in the top 6 alongside Radio City Music Hall and the Ryman Auditorium, what more do we need to ask? I thank you for your time and your consideration.
Thank you.
Of Ruth Eckerd Hall.
items. I'll keep it short. Good evening. My name is John Valentino. I am the Senior Vice President of AEG Presents. AEG is the world's leading independently owned sports and entertainment company. Our facilities division, ASM Global, owns, manages, or consults with over 300 venues around the world. Our live entertainment division, AEG Presents, produces and promotes global, national, and regional concerts, touring, special events, and world-renowned festivals. Some of our recent shows in the area include Kenny Chesney, Elton John, Journey, Van Morrison, Diana Krall, Phoebe Bridgers, and next week we have Paul McCartney at Camping World Stadium in Orlando. AEG Presents operates through 16 regional offices, one of which is my office, AEG Presents Southeast. We are directly involved in promoting about 500 shows a year in over a dozen markets in some 50 venues across Florida. We've been actively involved in this project for the past 5 years. I have met with and consulted on several occasions with city management, and I've spoken in this forum about the project. We've co-promoted 6 dry run concerts in the park on built stages testing the venue's feasibility and public's response. All were successful and well received. A permanent venue in Coachman Park will attract artists and fans of all genres and of contemporary entertainment. The options of programming will be plentiful. I have long been an advocate of Ruth Eckerd Hall to manage and operate the Coachman Park Amphitheater. They are recognized internationally to be among best in class in venue operation and entertainment programming. They operate with a level of professionalism and integrity second to none. They work independently as well as with a wide variety of promoters and content providers on a local, regional, and national level and have established themselves as trusted partners. I believe they will create a level playing field, making Coachman Park most accessible to all worthy organizations, offering reasonable fees and product pricing that best serves the patrons and the public. Their style of management and creativity will make this venue unique and one of a kind, embodying the culture of the region with a character of its own and best in class. Ruth Eckerd Hall management of Coachman Park Amphitheater will be a natural, organic, and seamless progression in their outreach to serve the community and region they have enriched for decades. You've narrowed it down to 2 excellent candidates. The decision to be made here is whether you choose to be independent or not. The artists will come, and the people will come. There are multiple successful examples of both, but the fan experience may differ. Thank you.
Thank you.
You gotta speak really loudly. Okay? Say your name first.
I'm Sarah. I think Ruth Eckerd Hall should manage because they are very kind, family friendly, and fun. They have a camp that you can go to that will be useful in the summer for your kids, and that's why I think Ruth Eckerd Hall should manage.
And I'm Kate Baker, Sarah's mom. I did not plan on speaking, so I don't have a speech prepared, but I will tell you that Sarah listened to 2 hours of all of that, and at the break said, of course it should be Ruth Eckerd Hall. And maybe there's wisdom in youth, and maybe we should all remember that this is going to be who's going to be using this amphitheater for years and years to come.
Thank you both.
Thank you. Mr. Mayor, members of council, thank you. My name is Bobby Rossi. I'm Executive Vice President of Entertainment at Ruth Eckerd Hall, the Capitol Theater, and the Chief Programming Officer. For the past 26 years, I've had the honor to book the wide variety of shows at Ruth Eckerd Hall, the Capitol, and our other venues. I'm proud to say, as mentioned earlier, that we book more shows annually than anyone else in this market for over 2 decades. We book and produce over 300 shows a year with over 250 right here in Clearwater. Shows that we all know and love, and then some that you may not know as much, like 311 and Primus and Jane's Addiction and OAR and Smashing Pumpkins and Panic at the Disco and all those kinds of shows. For the past 6 years, we have been deeply rooted with the Coachman Project. Council meetings, one-on-ones with staff, informative tech meetings. We've been asked to bring in co-promoters and other experts in the field, which we've done graciously. We've provided impact studies in counties like Duval, where the St. Augustine Amphitheater, a sort of sister-sized venue, is located, and more, which clearly showed the need for a 4,000 to 5,000 seat boutique venue in this market. Where we invested, you better believe it. As John Valentino just mentioned, we spent over $1 million on talent fees and expenses to promote 6 warm-up shows of a similar size to different audiences at the park. From smooth jazz with Kenny G, R&B with John Legend, Third Eye Blind's rock, classic rock from ZZ Top, Sammy Hagar, Bryan Adams, and more. We worked without a net or a roof and brought extra staging. We rented 4,000 chairs to test the venue. All were successful. At Monday's work session, I heard the other candidates say at the beginning, they are not promoters. Well, we are, and we always have been, we always will be. Ruth Eckerd Hall has no walls. They also said, when it came to programming, something about the curve changing and artists that no longer could sell at stadiums and arenas would naturally fall into this size venue. That's not promoter mentality. That's glass half empty mentality. You see, because we develop artists, and that's what's going on across the street tonight at the Capitol Theater, and that's why Ruth Eckerd and the Capitol are so integral. Right down the street, the Capitol, incredible artists like Brandy Carlisle, Jason Isbell, Amos Lee, and others debuted for the first time. And then they returned for second night. And then they moved up to Ruth Eckerd Hall the following year. Ruth Eckerd does the same thing, where we debuted people like Selena Gomez, the Jonas Brothers, Kelly Clarkson, Colby Calais, Faith Hill, Keith Urban, Luis Fonsi, Sebastian Maniscalco, Harry Connick Jr., as they started their climb. Partly sunny, mostly cloudy are kind of the same thing, right? Well, we're driven by the mostly sunny side. We're not waiting for any curve to change or phone to ring. We go to work. You've heard tonight many reasons why we feel we're the best to operate and manage the Coachman Park project, but additionally, we know about promoting and producing outdoor shows and unique events at large venues. Matter of fact, the most in this market, clearly and hands down. 20 years ago, we started Ruth Eckerd Hall on the road. We had just one venue. We were bursting at the seams. My experience as a regional promoter, combined with a great staff, prompted us to book shows at other venues all through Tampa and St. Petersburg. Soon after, All Children's Hospital called to see if we could assist them with booking a big headliner at Taste of Pinellas Festival, which had been done for many years at Vinoy Park. We brought them Foreigner, and in their words, 40,000 people came. For the next 7 years, we booked 20 more headliners like Chicago, Pat Benatar, Styx, Huey Lewis, and the News. We partnered with our staff. We marketed with them. We operated and created a reserved seat component that they didn't have before, which greatly impacted fans' ability to go and visit the vendors. Instead of just waiting there for hours in the same spot not to lose their position, they had a reserved seat, and they can go visit and buy food, which was the point. Soon after, St. Pete's Festival Estates down the street from Taste of Pinellas brought us in for other concert series at Vinoy. Next, we met with the Tampa Bay Rays, as mentioned earlier, with an idea to help them boost their ticket sales. A pie-in-the-sky idea, and then the renowned Tampa Bay Rays Summer Concert Series was born. Over the next 10 years, we booked and produced almost 100 six-figure artists of all genres, from the biggest rock acts and classic rocks to the hottest country artists like Miranda Lambert, Darius Rucker. Casey Musgraves did her first show ever at the Tampa Bay Rays concert in this market. Hip-hop from LL Cool J, the hottest DJs, EDM, Calvin Harris, Steve Aoki. Huge Latin nights with Gilberto Santa Rosa and Arturo Sandoval packed the stadium. Children's shows and more. 10 other Major League teams met with us on the days of these games, one from Japan, on how we were able to get these A-list artists to perform on a portable stage 30 minutes after the last out. But we did. And it became a thing. Half of Major League Baseball proceeded to do a concert series after their games. Clearwater Jazz Holiday needed a boost after 25 wonderful years. Jazz stations were dropping like flies. They needed a shot in the arm. we partnered to book their headliners. And more than that, we volunteered a great list of artists like Bonnie Raitt, the Avett Brothers, Chicago, Doobie Brothers, Sheryl Crow, and more. Artists, as they will attest, would surely have sold out Ruth Eckerd Hall and made us a lot of money. But you know what we did? They were in need. That's what a partnership is. They need to amplify their event, and we volunteered our play with those artists and more. And we will again this year for 15 years and counting. Soon after Valspar PGA Country Concert at Innsbruck emerged, and for the last 7 years we partnered to book and produce the hottest country headliners in a 10 to 15,000 capacity setup on a driving range. That led to the LPG Pelican kickoff concert last year in November, where we booked Pitbull, produced an event that rocked Sankey Beach under a staggering, amazing glass atrium like they've never seen before. Tampa Bay Sports Commission loved what we did and called us up to help with concerts for the NHL All-Star Game, NCAA Ladies Final Four, basketball events at Curtis Hickson Park. And next, Brian Ford, the CEO of the Tampa Bay Bucks, called me at 10:30 on a Wednesday night a year ago, Wednesday before Super Bowl, and said, I got $1 million party to put on in 3 days when their partner bailed. Win or lose the Super Bowl, outside the Florida Aquarium, are you in? We were busy. It was February. We have 100 shows. We banded together in 72 hours. We booked Ludacris, Migos, massive stage, video walls, fireworks, DJs, and more, and helped throw the biggest party Tampa Bay has ever seen in 3 days. They had been going to planning meetings for over a year. Add to that the host committee, who called us to book and produce 3 more additional events outside at Waterworks Park and One Buck Place, all in the same weekend. 3 years ago, we partnered with our friends to the north at Chasco Fiesta, and we now co-present national concert nights at the beautiful Sims Park Amphitheater every March. As a result of the Bucks event at the Florida Aquarium, we've teamed up with them, as a matter of fact, yesterday, to finalize and bring a new outdoor series in the evenings at the Florida Aquarium out on the deck. You'll be hearing about that very soon. Next week is the ribbon cutting at the gorgeous Calusa Sound Amphitheater in Fort Myers, where we have partnered to bring a 6-show national act concert series starting in September. You'll also hear about that. The Ruth Eckerd on the Road experience carries the same passion and integrity as our home base. Our attention to detail and commitment to excellence is unrivaled. Our backstage catering is known to be the best in the business. Ask Vince Gill, Tricia Yearwood, and every bus and truck driver that ever pulled into town. It's on video. Also on video is Tommy Shaw from Styx, who said, or added, when he plays for us, he feels like it's a family reunion. No finer compliment to show our staff's loyalty and longevity, as turnover is a 4-letter word for us. I strongly attribute a major key to our success is that all of our venues are truly open venues, and Coachman Park will be no different. No other outside entities can get in the way of that benefit. If they do, it will be to the detriment of the city and to its full potential. The second, another outside firm or entity has participation as to where shows will go because of corporate or outside interests, or in this case, other venues they control in the market, Coachman will be stunted. Truly open means truly open, not with other partners, with venues in town. As I've said all along, this could very well be the most important decision for Clearwater in decades. Certainly evident by the fact that 3 national entities have had a team together and joined forces to compete with Ruth Eckerd tells you that. In closing, I firmly believe Ruth Eckerd is the best organization to operate Coachman Park Amphitheater. Council, I ask that you do not get enticed by Wall Street, or in this case, Water Street. And let's make some magic happen at Drew and Cleveland Street. We're ready to go to work. Thank you.
Okay, I'll talk. Okay, all right. Mr. Mayor, Council, my name is Ray Bouchard. I'm the current chairman of the board at Ruth Eckerd Hall. But more importantly tonight, I'm a lifelong resident of this community, born and raised here, and have very deep roots, and I love my hometown city. Like some of you, I've been frustrated with the public's underuse of downtown Clearwater. Does that strike a nerve? But I believe that Imagine Clearwater and the reimagined Coachman Park is going to change all of that, and based on the public support of this project, they do too. The new Coachman Park will be a real community asset, a place where citizens of all ages can relax and play in one of the most beautiful places our city has to offer. The park is to include many incredible features, the water features, the promenade, recreational spaces, and oh yes, this amphitheater. All these features are to be complementary to the park as a whole. Now I'd like to explain why Ruth Eckerd Hall is the best and obvious choice in managing the amphitheater piece of that park. I know we are all looking forward. However, I think it's also appropriate to look back some 45 years ago. Thanks for Mr. Fisher, Fred Fisher, for being here. But there was a group of leaders, like certainly Jack and Ruth Eckerd and many others, and they created an organization that has just stood the test of time. Volunteer board of directors that oversees a very professional staff that runs the operations. And they run the operations. But the board oversees the strategic direction of it. Okay. The founders' foresight of creating this nonprofit organizational structure made up of a team of these professional staff with the oversight by a diverse volunteer community leaders on the board is the best form of governance to assure a win-win between the city and the organization. The Ruth Eckerd Hall Board's role is trifold. Strategic direction to fulfill its mission, fiduciary duty for its financials, and oversight of its CEO in meeting organizational goals. The board made up of people like you, people you run into at Publix, on the beach, at restaurants. We report to the citizens of Clearwater, okay? If there is ever an issue with the amphitheater while Ruth Eckerd Hall is in charge of it, you don't have to worry. For tickets, go this way. For food, go this way. For programming, go this way. You can call this lady right here. She'll answer your phone, regardless of the issue. We know that the amphitheater needs to be accretive to the city while keeping it part of the park and the park's mission of being inclusive to all of its citizens. We know that this needs to support itself, okay? But it also needs to be open to everybody. We're talking so much about this amphitheater, but we have a big park that needs to be open to everybody, and I think Ruth Eckerd Hall is uniquely qualified to manage that. The organizational structure of Ruth Eckerd Hall gives the city built-in safeguards that the amphitheater will be used in accordance with its intended use. It will provide a diverse programming schedule that will appeal to a large audience.
Thank you, Mr. Bouchard.
Thank
Anyone
you.
else? Yes, sir. Thank you.
Good evening, City Manager, Frank, Council. I've been a resident for 45 years, and I love all of you, and I love Ruth Eckerd Hall, so don't mistake me, but please hear me. I have a strong passion for this beautiful city. As a former board member for Ruth Eckerd Hall, Clearwater Jazz Holiday Education Foundation, Clearwater Chamber Board, Clearwater Free Clinic, the Dental Clinic, a business owner for 2 decades, a board member for the Clearwater Community Development, in which from 2006 to 2012, we approved developments, including the marina over here, with a lot of the same room to try to get it done. Thanks to people like Brian Oates Jr. and Katie Cole and the staff of Clearwater, we moved forward. I heard sound on Monday. Oh my God, the sound. I can remember sitting in this dais and going, I had people like Ann Garris. She would come up to this podium and she'd say, "You're the sound, we're just not going to survive. We're just not going to survive." Let me get back to what I was ready to say. I hope I set my stage. Anyways, with that said, I was also a council member after 2012, after approving the Beach by Design, and I ran that campaign unopposed. I'm going to do something a little bit different. I love, love, love Ruth Eckerd Hall, make no mistake. First, I want to say perhaps the application could have been handled differently. Staff, you did a great job with what you have to deal with what the new city manager has to deal with what Frank has to deal with what the rest of the council has to deal with. We've had a lot of changes, very recent changes, which causes this animosity and this tension. We have 2 applicants here today, and I gotta tell you right now, I'm just amazed at the fact that Vinnick, OVG, not OGBYN or whatever we said. All the women laughed earlier. It was really fun. I'm going to run out of time. But by saying all this, I want to consider that the city attorney could perhaps put an engagement together, a contract together that enhances the 45-year investment that Ruth Eckerd Hall has made and also includes the new folks that want to come and help us make this the state of the art. Both, I repeat, they both have strong qualities that enhance not only the beautiful city of Clearwater, but Tampa Bay. We are spending $85 million on this. I finally want to repeat, to enhance our venue, not to exclude Ruth Eckerd Hall, but we want to enhance it. We want to make this investment. Zev was begging us to enhance the amphitheater, make it larger, make it. If you read his bio, he talks about being in sports, he talks about being in music venues. I honestly would like for you guys to consider working together in the same sandbox and shrinking the puddle and getting back to what is Tampa, St. Pete, and Clearwater.
Thank you, Ms.
Thank you.
Donnell.
David Lloyd, Mayor, Council. I'm going to take a little different approach. Those that know me in this room, I have a lot of passion for this city. Sat on charter reviews, watched in this same building, watched citizens come out and look at what Imagine Clearwater started to be where it was. They had a different picture. I'm going to slightly disagree with Mr. Jennings this evening. I think staff didn't put their best foot forward, but we're not going to go there. We're going to stay positive. I have 2 venues in here, 2 entities that want to run this venue. They're qualified, they're different. But what you have to make the decision on, it's up to the mayor and the council members. You were put there by the citizens of this city, okay? They voted, took input, a lot of input, even in this building around the city, to see what they wanted. They let us know, okay, the park. So are you going to sit here tonight and you're going to look at and get wooed by a big profit or a nonprofit? People will come, look at the people coming out. We'll have people come all night long if you want about Ruth Eckerd Hall. So what I'm asking you is to think. Do you want to put profit first, or do you want to go with the Ruth Eckerd Hall that's here? Do you want to do what the citizens that came out, for when this all started, we had a lot of controversy. Everyone thought it was never going to work. I remember the passion of Zev and those meetings and the talks and what Ruth Eckerd Hall also put to be able to get us to this date and looking and talking about this venue. So you all have a decision tonight to make. Is, do you want that profit? And let me explain, someone brought up, I didn't want to get into it. The tickets can be a nightmare, especially when you're getting the scalpers coming out and you're trying to compete. Remember, the citizens put you here. Remember the process that started for Imagine Clearwater. And I absolutely feel the decision for this community tonight is Ruth Eckerd Hall. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good evening, council members, mayor.
My name is Amanda Payne. I'm the president and CEO of Amplify Clearwater, and I have the pleasure tonight to stand in front of you on behalf of the business community, many of which who spoke to you tonight. I'd just like to briefly recap some things that I heard that struck me as unique. Youth education and cultural programs, Ruth Eckerd is bar none in comparison. Affordability and ticket prices, access to ticket challenges, those are all things that as a community resident and certainly those that voted for you and put you here in office would also be concerned about. Access to certain shows. All investments and costs stay local. Everything that Ruth Eckerd does, they reinvest in this community. Managing a nonprofit, we manage to a zero bottom line. Ruth Eckerd does the same thing. Tested, tried, and proven, which brings predictability in your partnership. I think that's incredibly important. You don't need to be reminded once again that this project was being funded by taxpayers, but I will. Taxpayers that stood here tonight in support of Ruth Eckerd Hall. There's been a common theme tonight in everyone's remarks, and that was one of community. Ruth, we've heard numerous testimonials how Ruth Eckerd Hall's selfless commitment to our community has furthered and advanced the arts programs. And tonight, the community that you took an oath to represent has clearly spoken, and I trust you will listen. Thank you.
Anyone else before I close public comment? Okay. Are there any other questions for staff?
I have some.
Council Vice Mayor Beckman.
So we had asked for a minimum of 3 references for each of the applicants. Did staff, I didn't see any kind of feedback on the references that were solicited. Did staff reach out to the references that were listed, and what kind of feedback did they get?
Jim Halios. Actually, as Mr. Jennings indicated in the beginning, that's not part of our process on how we move forward doing these things. Usually that will be, as it was a request from you, that was made, so we reached out and had those letters submitted, but we didn't reach out directly. That's usually further on in the process when we take that place.
Okay, so the ones that were listed weren't reached out to?
No.
That's not the process? Okay. As far as staff questions, well, I mean, if I'm good for right now. I'm good for right now, thanks.
Well, who else do you have questions for?
Well, I was going to see if our city attorney would give us the guidelines for evaluating. Yeah. I mean, if you want to, I mean.
Well, one of the things tonight, and first of all, I appreciate all the comments and all the people who have come out tonight. We do value everybody's opinion. But this is not a popularity contest tonight, just so you know. That would probably make it easy, right? We have 3 areas of specific criteria to judge from because of the RFQ. And those are demonstrated experience of company and personnel, project methodology, approach and schedule, and references. Those were the 3 primary criteria in this RFQ. Is that correct, Mr. Margolis?
It is, and I would add to that by saying that not only are those the primary criteria, but in fact are the exclusive criteria. I think there's going to be a lot of room for conversation among council as to which of these respondents best falls within any of those criteria, especially because of the broad categories that are listed. So there's a lot of room, I think, for discussion here, but those are the criteria and the only criteria that can be considered. So council does need to keep that in mind. Very good.
So, I look at this, and OVG is 7 years old. It has people that have been in the industry, but hard to tell if the clients are going to stay with them as contracts end. They don't have really demonstrated experience in our area. The Vinnick Group does, at running a great hockey team, and hopefully they're still leading. They've been running the Yingling Center for 5 years. I'm still not clear on who will actually run the venue, even after tonight and Monday at the work session. Ruth Eckerd Hall has been in the community for 40 years. Growing the hall, the Capitol Theater, education programs for 28 schools, Coachman Park, Tropicana Field, the Valspar, downtown Tampa, the Super Bowl, the Ladies Final Four, done concerts in St. Louis for the former Rams, for heaven's sakes, Chasco Fiesta, the Palladium in St. Pete, the list goes on. Mr. Rossi is frankly a legend in the industry. So the demonstrated experience, I think, is pretty clear. The methodology, both organizations have laid out a logical progression of events and how a contract and activation of the park will unfold. I would point out that this will be a collaborative negotiation of how to move forward. Ruth Eckerd Hall has compared our venue to the St. Augustine Amphitheater, and I believe that is a very logical template. OVG is running many indoor facilities and fewer outdoor, much larger profit profiles. I give the nod to Ruth Eckerd Hall in that they have 2 other facilities and experience within Clearwater that they can move chess pieces around the board to accomplish the required tasks. That's called synergies, folks. Ruth Eckerd Hall also gives priority to city-sponsored programs and in-house programming, partners with community organizations. Ruth Eckerd Hall has Tyson Smith. He's their technical director. He's coordinated over 100 outdoor concerts, many of them right here in Coachman Park. References. OVG has impressive facilities around the country with short histories. I don't know if those will be renewed, like the Florida Live Arena, which I've heard questions about. I also know that bigger is not always better. When you have numerous locations, sometimes you get the attention and sometimes you don't. The pictures and presentations are slick, but I've seen that before with the Harborview Center that was run by Global Spectrum, and Ovation that actually did work at Ruth Eckerd Hall for 2 years and made many promises about capital expenditures, increased margins, and a better food selection. It did not work out. Ruth Eckerd Hall has been growing and proving themselves for 40 years with the top 2 employees at the helm for 34 years each. That's a tremendous tenure and stability. That's a track record of enduring many ups and downs in our economy, to include the Great Recession and COVID. These folks are not going anywhere. They are part of the fabric of our community. As was said earlier, you see them in the grocery store, at church and restaurants. If they don't do the job right, they can't escape us. Finally, I'm a businessman. I believe in free enterprise and competition, but I also see the benefit of having a not-for-profit running the amphitheater. They want to pay the bills, but also function within the constraints of being a good neighbor, maintaining the right balance between profit and serving the community. That's why I support Ruth Eckerd Hall and thank OVG and the Vinnick Group for their interest in application, but I think it is a clear choice. And I expect our staff, should we choose Ruth Eckerd Hall, to work closely to make this a success. Councilmember Teixeira.
So we've been here for hours, so I'm going to try to be short and concise. I have every confidence that both entities can run this venue successfully. Both entities have described the venue as world-class, and when you add the location, I think its success is imminent. When reviewing the staff notes and the rankings, I echoed many of the comments that I saw, and in many instances, we were aligned. Many times they were comparable. However, there are some criteria where I ranked Ruth Eckerd Hall higher. In terms of experience, I was taking into account their successful management of Capitol Theater, which is part of this very community and close to the amphitheater. And it's top ranked, and I have personal experience with how it was run. Also, we can't ignore the impressive experience of the technical department in producing dozens and dozens and dozens of outdoor concerts, and sometimes in very challenging circumstances. Now, under the criteria of methodology and approach, I also ranked Ruth-Eckerd higher in the approach in terms of our community, where they prioritize city-sponsored events and artists, and as well as their approach to noise. It was part of their presentation. They had an implementation plan, very well defined, in place already. So with these criteria, my end ranking puts REH in first place. So I will not be voting for supporting continuing negotiations with OVG. I am very impressed with OVG. I was very impressed with the presentation. I'm supporting Ruth-Eckerd Hall in this one.
Councilmember Bunker.
Well, I can tell I don't have the crowd with me. We have a great relationship with Ruth-Eckerd Hall, and that's not ending. We'll still maintain that relationship. I think there are a lot of people in this city who were very upset when we voted for Imagine Clearwater, and then the stage grew into an amphitheater at the urging of Ruth-Eckerd Hall. And then there are a lot of people who think that this was built expressly for Ruth-Eckerd Hall. And I don't think we should, ignore the outside eyes of Mr. Jennings and our staff. I mean no disrespect to anyone. But here's a letter that we just got a few days ago from the general manager of the Shepherd's Beach Resort, who said, the city of Clearwater actively sold the community on this beautiful state-of-art amphitheater with Ruth-Eckerd Hall as the no-brainer event operator. Well, we can't just say, well, this is the way it's going to be. And meaning no disrespect, you having been a former board member of Ruth-Eckerd Hall, I think also adds to people's concerns and suspicions. Here's something that's not.
Councilmember Bunker. Be very careful. I mean it. Do I have to recuse myself from this vote, Mr. Margolis?
I would not say that you either would have to or in fact could recuse yourself from this one.
And that is because I don't have a conflict of interest?
You do not have a conflict of interest as defined in Florida law.
Thank you.
And I'm not saying that you
Continue.
have. I'm not saying you have a conflict of interest. I think there's a lot of people in the city who would feel that way, though, the same way they feel that we're building this for Ruth-Eckerd Hall. This is not on the criteria, but I think it's very important. Downtown has been radioactive for close to 50 years because of Scientology. We built this park, or we're building this park, to kind of counteract that. And it's grown to $85 million so far. And it's a gamble. I think it's a roll of the dice still. To me, our problem has been we can't get developers to take this area seriously. Our downtown waterfront is beautiful and pristine property that in any other city would be snapped up like that and developed. But developers have been reluctant to come here. We need somebody to make the first step. And I think OVG shows a level of confidence that we're not afraid to be here operating, and neither should you. And I think that can help give some backbone to other important developers who we want to be building here. I think that even though that's not in the criteria, I think that's an important thing to consider. Mr. Jennings has fresh eyes. I see exactly why the staff made the recommendation they do, and I'm going to stick with that recommendation.
Councilmember Beckman.
Okay. So this is incredibly difficult and challenging. It's not the fun part of being an elected person. I think most of you know that I am committed to engaging with residents and listening to residents and advocating for their concerns. But I am also up here to make the best informed business decisions on behalf of the city. And I'm here to operate within legal parameters. And I take that very, very seriously. I really do. And so when the RFQ went out with certain descriptors and we have responses, that's what I am tasked to look at. And while I appreciate your passionate comments about relationships and history and the quality of interaction with Ruth Eckerd Hall, and fully agree with you, I enjoy Ruth Eckerd Hall. I am proud that they are here. I've gone to their venues. I support them. I think they're great community partners, and they're doing a fantastic job with their 2 venues. That's not what I'm tasked to look at or consider right here. I can look at their operating, as far as their business operations and how they're doing that. But the community relationship was not part of the RFQ. And so I would ask, at the end of this, as we go home and whatever is decided, please take a look at, all of these documents that are produced, the letters of recommendation that came in from Mayor Castor and Hillsborough County, Supervisor and all these others, along with all of your personal testimonies. But please, look at what the request for qualifications was, and look at the notes. And then, what I did was I wrote down each one of the 3, and then I made notes based on how did OVG respond and how did Ruth Eckerd Hall respond. And sometimes in bidding, companies submit a blind bid where you don't even have the name of the company. You just have responses. And so, how might that be different if things were submitted that way? But when I looked at the letter of interest that's 2 pages long, OVG has excellence in program and customer service, mission-driven if they agree on the mission. They are a for-profit. They do not rely on volunteer board members. They do have national experience operating very large venues. They do stress economic return, maximized programming variety and frequency, resulting in the highest return on investment. And so I think we have to, part of what we might not be clear on is that OVG response, they mentioned return on investment and profit and, resulting in the highest ROI, all of that stuff, and did not mention community as much as, Ruth Eckerd Hall did. But I think what we need to be clear on, and I'm not sure we're clear up here, but when I voted on the referendum in 2016 and I voted yes for Imagine Clearwater, there was no mention of the word amphitheater. I can't remember if the word bandshell was in there, but I was told by the community members who were part of that process that a large amphitheater was not part of their discussions or their understanding when they voted for that. I can only speak for myself, and I was not thinking of a 4,000 covered seat, 9,000 seat venue when I voted yes for improving Coachman Park. But anyway, we had that process, and we had, primarily led by Ruth Eckerd Hall, coming forward to advocate for a much larger venue against the recommendation of a paid consulting group that said, 2,500 or so is a sweet spot, and, otherwise you're going to be operating at some loss. And the council that was up here said, no, we want this. And if you build it, they will come. And many of you were here at one of the first council meetings that I served when I was first elected, when we were deciding to change the direction of the amphitheater to face more head-on with a library. And passionate about it being an economic driver, a world-class venue. It's a destination venue of 9,000 seats. And to me, when that went through, it changed to being something larger, an economic driver. And so I need to be clear on what people expect, because we have an $85 million debt for that park. We have projections of operating at a deficit. This morning we had a discussion about hiring up to 16, I think, additional employees to handle a venue that's there with parks and all the other things that go along with that size of a park, police, all that. And so there is an incredible cost to the city. I am tasked here to protect the public monies and our financial integrity. And so that's a big part of my, decision-making. And so when people say they want to have community events and they want education opportunities down there and all that stuff, in the Ruth Eckerd Hall response, they expect those things to be subsidized. That needs to be paid for. And that comes from your pockets or my taxpayers' pockets. I'm the one who says yes on a check up here. That's what we do as the council, is authorize funds. And so that's going to be an ongoing drain if we are not operating for profits. And I think the profit to fill those 9,000 seats consistently and to deal with the challenges of managing all of those artists throughout the year, all that weather stuff, all that ticketing, all that marketing, all that business is a big deal in order to have a return on investment. And I just think, as I went through, it looked like OVG was much more poised for that. And so I also think that there's the devil in the details is the management contract. So tonight, we're just asking who to go into negotiations with. Who do we think we want to begin negotiations to manage that 9,000 seat venue, and what? And get a great return on investment, and make sure it's make sure it's a great community, feel good education, asset. And I think we've kind of crossed that bridge when we made it 9,000 and we sunk $85 million into it. So anyway, the letters of interest, 2 pages, those are pretty much the same. The difference was OVG really stressed profit, and Ruth Eckerd Hall did not. They both have leadership that's demonstrated, OVG has leadership that's demonstrated significant financial returns. Though they're a national firm, they're very familiar in working in Florida environment, Tampa, Jacksonville, Miami, Orlando. They've got a whole list of Florida venues. They will put their own capital into the project. They will put, quote, skin in the game. Ruth Eckerd Hall has excellence in programming and customer service. They're mission driven, changing lives through the performing arts. Arts are accessible to all. They have a 200-member team, 350 volunteers, 3,500 donors. It makes me a little nervous that we have an organization that is dependent on volunteers and donors, where we're filling 9,000 seats, it's not going to be 9,000 every event, but large numbers of seats there to make a profit. Again, this mission-driven, changing lives through the performing arts, arts are accessible to all. I'm not sure, that's the mission. I love that mission. I mean, that mission touches my heart. But is that mission going to get us in debt down there? Or do we need to have a mission that is more balanced with, generating some revenue so we don't run at a deficit? It needs to be a community treasure for residents and businesses. you know, you talk about the Capitol Theater being ranked in the top 10 and gushing reviews from artists and fans, but again, I look at what are the financials? Are we getting a return? Does Ruth Eckerd Hall contribute to our coffers? And will OVG share profits with us in order to pay for the extra FTE, in order to pay for those nice, feel-good community events that we all love, that Ruth Eckerd Hall has said are going to have to be subsidized? Those things come free, or don't come free, and even the nonprofits need to be subsidized to use it. And so that's what I look at when I'm looking at financials. Tab 2 was demonstrated experience of company and project personnel. Ruth Eckerd Hall, all the descriptors apply equally to OVG, except Ruth Eckerd Hall had a strong emphasis on educational component, which I think is fantastic. I'm not sure that OVG has experience in educational components, but again, that wasn't, you know, part of what we asked about or what was a priority, but it can be part of the devil in the details when we negotiate a management contract, just like sustainability features and accessible, you know, accessibility to the public and all of that. That's where that falls in. And then you've got, you know, describe the direct experience in conducting similar services for each key staff member. OVG on pages 5 through 8 they're outstanding. They have multiple people with experience in place and ready to go. I have some questions about Ruth Eckerd Hall and who will be the venue manager. They need to hire a venue manager, production manager, marketing managers, facilities mechanic, all of that thing. To me, it seemed like OVG had those in place and were ready to go. I could be, you know, wrong. The other, tab 3, was project methodology, approach, and schedule. And if you take a look at that, Ruth Eckerd Hall needs to meet with the city to clarify expectations and align goals to produce the desired outcomes. And, you know, again, what I ask is, does Clearwater want to limit risk, profit share? Savannah, Georgia has 0 risk, and so they're not subsidizing in any way. Right now, the city allocates money to Ruth Eckerd Hall, and I'm wondering if, when they begin, managing a 9,000, you know, seat venue, will we need to be subsidizing some things if things don't go quite right? Will Ruth Eckerd Hall management of this venue be a profit generator for Clearwater? Will it maximize the economic impact of this venue? Under your programming section, I ask, how did you arrive at 85 events by year 5? And they seem to have a slower, you know, acceleration. And I don't know how that compares to OVG if they're ready to hit the ground running. And the detailed business plan is extensive. It's very different. And if you look at the 2 proposals, it seems clear that OVG has client-driven results, and it has, you know, an incredible descriptor of all of the things they are doing, they plan to do if they work with the city to open that venue. I will tell you what I'm looking for. What would have been nice to see is existing management contracts with comparable venues from OVG. I'd like to see what those management contracts look like. Do they include community engagement? Do they include subsidizing nonprofits or community performers on that stage? Do they have clear, sustainable policies that other, you know, cities have negotiated? What does it really look like? Because really, that's what we're going to be looking at, whether it's Ruth Eckerd Hall or OVG. That's where things really matter. Tonight, it's just who do you want to open those discussions with, and who do you think has the capacity to do the best job? And I think, again, we have to be clear, and I'm not sure it was clear in the RFQ. Does the best job mean operating so the city is is not absorbing any loss and not has any financial obligation, kind of like that net zero with Savannah, or that the city will be partner and will subsidize this going forward at an expense to our taxpayers. And so, that's what I have. As far as, the references, I'm sure you may be aware that one of the references that Ruth Eckerd Hall listed recommended OVG. And so that's interesting. You all are kind of like references for Ruth Eckerd Hall, so, the stack is over here. But we have been sent references from others. We have Mayor Jane Castor from Tampa. We have Louis Messina, a CEO from Messina Touring Group. We have Titus Thaddeus Michael Bullard Sr., AKA Superstar Titus O'Neill, Brittany Flores. We have Bonnie Wise, the county administrator from Hillsborough County. We have Mark Durea, Vice President of North American Tours. So we have a number of people with some gravitas that are expressing confidence in OVG. They might not be lined up here, but they're there. And so, I would say that I am proud of what Ruth Eckerd Hall does in our community. I particularly love their educational opportunities. I appreciate all who have written to testify to this. They really do have great community support for what they do, and they will continue to be a fantastic community partner and do what they do, regardless of whether we go with them or go with OVG. But the question is, are they the best qualified to activate a year-round outdoor amphitheater? Do they have that experience? Do they have the necessary resources to hit the ground running? Do they have a proven track record with outdoor venue management, or will they be learning on the job? With a focus on the amphitheater as a world-class destination, an economic driver, and a premier event destination, along with my belief that it's wise to have some diversity and spread risk, I think that, I right now would vote in favor of staff's recommendation for OVG. I think we will maintain control of how we want that venue to operate with the management agreement, but I think the ones who can hit the ground running and I would like to work with to start those discussions would be OVG.
Councilmember Albritton.
Well. Seems like this decision is going to be me either way. I got to tell you this, I've labored over this decision probably more than any one issue that I've had up here on the dais. My wife has just made sometimes that I can make a decision quickly when I'm informed, while she ponders endlessly over important decisions. And I think a great match, we're a great match because sometimes a great decision is made over time. And I can tell you, I've put a lot of time in this decision. And I want to lay it out to you. We have two very qualified choices from our RFQ, Ruth Eckerd Hall and OVG. I've watched the presentation videos as well as studied the notes from each committee member, and although the committee has chosen OVG, the point scoring was very close. And I want to tell you again what the city attorney described at the beginning of this. The demonstrated experience of the company and personnel could score 35 points. The project methodology, approach, and schedule, 35 points. The references could score 30 points. So I want to thank the committee for their diligence. However, I've come to disagree with their choice. REH operational structure seems to be a better approach. Until tonight, and I'm really still unclear from OVG's response to exactly who will be accountable for the success of the venue. REH takes a better approach by giving exclusive responsibility to one individual, Susan Crockett. REH gives priority to city-sponsored programming and in-house programming. This approach is crucial to building support among our residents and elected officials. REH's community-based approach is even more evident in their Marsha B. Hoffman School of Arts and School Time Series excursions described in their RFQ. REH has the right experience and personnel to manage this type of venue. Although OVG is a larger company, REH's technical advisor, Tyson Smith, has produced over 100 outdoor concerts, and REH has given us specific individual and understands outdoor concerts and understands our local community. You know, it was said here that our Ruth Eckerd Hall compared their venue to the St. Augustine Amphitheater, which very closely resembles what we have on the bluff here. In fact, I remember when we were going through discussions and up here on the dais about what size, I actually called and talked to the St. Augustine Amphitheater because we had a person in here that said, no, you know, we should start with 2,500 cover seats. We don't need to have any more than that. And I remember them telling us that when that amphitheater was built, they did 2,500 seats, and within a year they bumped it to almost 5,000. And when I talked to them, they were at 7,500 seats. So I think that decision was a good decision, that we bumped it over the 2,500 that was a paid consultant told us. We fought for that. Finally, REH has been a great community partner in the arts. And I remember years ago fighting for the need for a waterfront amphitheater, and it was REH's then CEO, Zev Buffman, who helped lead the charge to make it happen. You know, if Zev and Ruth Eckerd Hall weren't integrally involved then, we would not have an amphitheater today. We'd have a band shell, just like what we have now. So while OVG may be a game changer in our own downtown, I'll pick REH. That to me is a better approach to what the citizens of Clearwater want in an amphitheater manager. So I'll make a motion right now to accept REH as manager for our amphitheater.
I have a motion and a second. Any other comments? All in favor? Aye. Opposed?
Aye.
I need to hear it.
I'll say aye.
3-2 with Vice Mayor Beckman and Councilmember Bunker in opposition. Congratulations. We look forward to working on a contract. If things don't work out with Ruth Eckerd Hall, we will be going back to OVG, and we thank them for participating in this process. Item 8.1. Let's take a 5-minute recess. Sorry, Gina.
Okay.
reconvene the May 19th council meeting to order. We are on item 8.1.
Approve the annexation and shoal future land use map designations of residential low, RL, and water, and initial zoning atlas designation of low medium density residential LMDR district for 1827 Audubon Street and pass ordinances 9540-22, 9541-22, and 9542-22 on first reading.
Good evening, Gina Clayton, Planning and Development Department. This property is located on the south side of Audubon Street, south of Druid Road, and it's occupied by a single-family home. The owner is requesting annexation for city services. Staff is recommending approval as it's contiguous to city boundaries and will not result in any adverse impact on services.
Any questions for Ms. Clayton? Anyone from the public to speak to item 8.1? Have a motion? Oh, Mr. Margolis.
I won't make a motion.
No, I know, but you want to read the
Ordinance
ordinance.
number 9540-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain real property located on the south side of Audubon Street, approximately 300 feet south of Druid Road, whose post office address is 1827 Audubon Street, Clearwater, Florida, 33764, to the corporate limits of the city, and redefining the boundary lines of the city to include said addition, providing an effective date.
Move to approve adjournment.
There's two more.
Ordinance number 9541-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain real property located on south side of Audubon Street, approximately 300 feet south of Druid Road. His post office address is 1827 Audubon Street, Clearwater, Florida, 33764, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as residential low, RL, and water, providing an effective date. And finally, we have ordinance number 9542-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain real property located on the south side of Audubon Street, approximately 300 feet south of Druid Road, whose post office address is 1827 Audubon Street, Clearwater, Florida, 33764, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as low-medium density residential, LMDR, providing an effective date.
Move to approve agenda 8.1.
Anyone from the public? Nobody needed to speak to this. I have a motion and a second. All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 8.2.
Approve a future land use map amendment from the residential office general R-OG category to the commercial general CG category for a portion of property located on 1640 Gulf to Bay Boulevard, and pass ordinances 9554-22 on first reading.
This application involves a portion of a larger site that you see up on the screen. It's located at Gulf to Bay Boulevard and Keystone Avenue. This entire site includes a bank and a large parking lot, and it is that rear portion of the parking lot that is subject of the application. The applicant is requesting a land use plan amendment to change the current designation of residential office general to commercial general, so they can consolidate the site under one land use category. The developer has talked to us about redeveloping the site with several commercial uses, including a car wash, as we talked about at the work session. The adjacent properties are designated either commercial general or residential office limited, so it is consistent with the surrounding area and the land use designations that you find there. We have all the details in the staff report, and we're recommending approval.
Any questions for Ms. Clayton? Anyone from the public to speak to item 8.2?
Only if you have questions.
Mr. Margolis.
Ordinance number 9554-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to change the land use designation for a portion of certain real property located on the northeast corner of Gulf to Bay Boulevard and South Keystone Avenue. His post office address is 1640 Gulf to Bay Boulevard, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, from residential office general R/OG to commercial general CG, providing an effective date.
The motion.
Move to approve agenda item 8.2.
Second?
All in favor? Aye. Opposed? Unanimous. 8.3.
Approve the annexation initial future land use map designation of residential low, RL, and initial zoning atlas designation of low medium density residential LMDR district for an unaddressed parcel on Oden Street, and pass ordinances 9567-22, 9568-22, and 9569-22 on first reading.
This is a vacant parcel, And the owners are requesting annexation so that in the future they will have services in order to build a home, and we are recommending approval.
Any questions for Ms. Clayton? Anyone from the public to speak to item 8.3? Mr. Margolis.
We have three ordinances here. First up is ordinance number 9567-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain unaddressed real property located on the southeast corner of Oden Street, Western Drive, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, into the corporate limits of the city and redefining the boundary lines of the city to include said addition, providing an effective date. Next up, we have ordinance number 9568-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain unaddressed real property located on the southeast corner of Oden Street and Weston Drive, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as residential low RL, providing an effective date. And finally, we have ordinance number 9569-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain unaddressed real property located on the southeast corner of Oden Street and Weston Drive, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as low-medium density residential, LMDR, providing an effective date.
A motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 8.3.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 8.4.
Continue to a date uncertain.
Any questions for staff on 8.4? Anyone from the public? I have a motion to continue to a date uncertain.
Move to continue to a date uncertain, item 8.4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 9.1.
Approve a zoning atlas amendment from the Office O District to the Commercial C District for a portion of property located at 1640 Gulf Bay Boulevard and pass ordinance 9555-22 on first reading.
This is the companion item.
This is the companion item, and the request is to change the zoning atlas from office to commercial. In this area, that's what you have, and all the findings are in the staff report, and we're recommending approval.
Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to this? Only if you have questions. Hopefully you're on the clock, Mr. Pergolese. Mr. Margolis.
Ordinance number 9555-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by rezoning a portion of certain real property located on the northeast corner of Gulf to Bay Boulevard and South Keystone Avenue, whose post office address is 1640 Gulf to Bay Boulevard, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, from Office O to Commercial C, providing an effective date.
Move to approve agenda item 9.1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 10.1. Yes, please.
Ordinance number 9556-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to change the land use designation for certain real property located on the east side of Blanche B. Littlejohn Trail, approximately 115 feet south of Eldridge Street, whose post office address is 609 Blanche B. Littlejohn Trail, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, from institutional I to residential urban RU, providing an effective date.
Anyone from the public to speak to item 10.1? Any questions? Motion?
Move to approve agenda item 10.1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 10.2.
10.2, ordinance number 9557-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by rezoning certain real property located on the east side of Blanche B. Littlejohn Trail, approximately 115 feet south of Eldridge Street, whose post office address is 609 Blanche B. Littlejohn Trail, Clearwater, Florida, 33755, from institutional I to low-medium density residential, LMDR, providing an effective date.
Any questions on 10.2 from the public or the dais? Do you have a motion? Was it your turn?
Me? Oh, motion to approve agenda item 10.2. Sorry about that.
Your turn.
Oh, second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 10.3.
Ordinance number 9561-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, annexing certain unaddressed real properties located on the east side of US Highway 19 North, approximately 1,170 feet south of Sunset Point Road, all in Clearwater, Florida, 33759, into the corporate limits of the city and redefining the boundary lines of the city to include said additions, providing an effective date.
Anyone would like to speak to item 10.1? Any questions? Motion?
10.3, I believe.
I mean 10.3.
Move to approve item 10.3.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 10.4.
Ordinance number 9562-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the future land use element of the comprehensive plan of the city to designate the land use for certain unaddressed real properties located on the east side of US Highway 19 North, approximately 1,170 feet south of Sunset Point Road upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as US 19 Neighborhood Center, US 19-NC, providing an effective date.
Any questions from the public or the dais? Do I have a motion?
Move to approve agenda 10.4.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 10.5.
Ordinance number 9563-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, amending the zoning atlas of the city by zoning certain unaddressed real properties located on the east side of US Highway 19 North, approximately 1,170 feet south of Sunset Point Road, all in Clearwater, Florida, 33759, upon annexation into the City of Clearwater as US 19, providing an effective date.
Anyone from the public to speak to item 10.5?
I'll move to approve agenda item 10.5.
Second?
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 10.6.
Ordinance number 9571-22, an ordinance of the City of Clearwater, Florida, vacating the 10-foot wide platted utility easement located on lots 9 and 10, Block X, Bay Terrace and Bay Terrace Addition, according to the map or plat thereof, as recorded in Plat Book 13, page 22 of the Public Records of Pinellas County, Florida, providing an effective date.
Anyone from the public to speak to this item? Have a motion?
Motion to approve agenda item 10.6.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 11.1.
Designated underwriting team consisting of Bank of America Securities, Inc., JP Morgan Securities, LLC, Raymond James and Associates, RBC Capital Markets, LLC, and Wells Fargo Securities to provide investment banking services to manage future negotiated bond sales for the City of Clearwater and adopt Resolution 22-11.
Monica Mitchell, Assistant Finance Director. Do you want an intro or do you just want me to answer questions?
You can do an intro
Okay.
quickly.
I can talk fast. In the event the city has a negotiated bond sale in the next 5 years, any or all of these firms may be called upon to manage the sale. Typically, one firm would serve as a lead underwriter or senior manager, and any other firms chosen to assist would be designated as co-managers. The bond underwriter's fee is deducted from the bond proceeds. For our last 2 negotiated bond sales, the underwriter's fee was approximately $3.50 per $1,000. So on a $10 million bond issue, the fee would be $35,000. As we discussed at the work session on Monday, the $30 million Imagine Clearwater bond issue that we are currently working on is planned to be a competitive sale rather than a negotiated sale, so this team would not be utilized.
Very good. Any questions? Anyone from the public to speak to item 11.1? Mr. Margolis?
Resolution 22-11, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Clearwater, Florida, designating a team of investment banking firms to provide bond underwriting services, providing for incidental action, and providing an effective date.
Have a motion?
Move to approve agenda item 11.1.
Second.
All in favor?
Aye.
Opposed? Unanimous. 11.2.
We did that already.
Yes, we did. Anything else, Mr. Jennings?
No, sir.
Mr. Margolis?
No, sir.
Closing comments. I'll start from my right. Councilmember Oden.
I think we've said enough tonight. Nothing else from me.
All right. Vice Mayor?
Well, I've got to say something. Right, 3 minutes. It's been emotionally exhausting, intellectually kind of draining, to look at a whole bunch of documents and information and make a best judgment recommendation based on what was before me with legal guidance. And I think I did my due diligence and feel very comfortable in my statements that I made. I would hope that while it was an emotionally charged room, people were very respectful, which was wonderful, and passionate, which is outstanding. I mean, I've been out there in that crowd speaking before council and other governmental entities and know what that's like. But please understand that, you know, it's like The Godfather, right? It's not personal, it's business, and that's kind of what I looked at. And I'm not going to stew on it. I am thrilled that Ruth Eckerd Hall was chosen. I will be a good partner and champion them and wish for all that success. I will advise, to my understanding, and I don't think I'm wrong, the devil is in the details. And what people want to see in that venue management, they need to get informed, and they need to stand up, and they need to demand or have their voice heard about what you want to see in that management agreement, because the things that you articulated tonight need to be put in writing in that contract. It doesn't just happen. And so I will be your champion that way for advocating for all those things you voiced that I support in that management contract. Sustainability, public access, educational opportunities, all of that. I will champion that with a real transparency, because that's what I'm about what the cost will be and what any kind of, you know, financial risk it will be with the city. So there's a whole lot of work to be done. It's not just tonight where you show up. You need to show up and be informed and engaged as we continue this process.
Councilmember Bunker. Yes, congratulations to Ruth Eckerd Hall. I certainly understand the passion of all the speakers tonight. I agree completely with their admiration for all the wonderful work that Ruth Eckerd Hall has done over the years. So I'm sure they'll do a terrific job, and I'll fully support them. I have to also mention that today Tracy McManus had another article in the Tampa Bay Times about the lawsuit from 3 former Scientologists who were suing over human trafficking. This one dealt with one of those people who had turned to the Clearwater Police Department a few years ago, and unfortunately there was nothing that we could do for them. And I don't blame this on Chief Slaughter, who did everything he could, but the state attorney's office refused to issue a subpoena, and that's our system. I appreciate the chief having forwarded all the information to the FBI. It's frustrating that nobody will take any of these actions seriously when Scientology tells Chief Slaughter that we don't have any of these records. Well, that's a lie. I mean, they keep everything on paper in a warehouse. I mean, everything's waiting for you to come back in your next lifetime so you can start your auditing again. They have it, they just won't turn it over, and our system won't force them to. They did once, and it was incredibly damning when another defendant was able to get her PC folders and ethics files, and it was truly shocking what was revealed. So Scientology skates again, and that is not right. That's it.
Councilmember Teixeira.
It was a grueling evening, so I'm going to keep it short. I attended, as well as everyone here, the Morningside ARPA and Strategic Plan Community Meeting, and I was a little bit disappointed to see the turnout. It's in the middle of a community of 600 plus homes. So I encourage everyone who feels that they want their voice to be heard to actually come out and participate and have their voices heard. I look forward to the next 3 meetings, and I hope our numbers reflect, higher participation. And that's it, and I hope everyone has a good evening, and thank you to the staff for hanging out until this time. It's really late.
It's not that late. We've done a lot later, I can promise you. Speaking to the RFQ that we talked about tonight, we followed the criteria. We looked at the criteria. As always, people can have different opinions on the data that they see. Also, like it or not, experience enters in. from being here from a lot longer than some, obviously, on the dais, and seeing contracts and seeing companies that come in and they come and they go. And so I feel very comfortable with the decision that we made tonight. I do want to still thank the folks that came out to the Morningside meeting this Monday to talk about ARPA and our strategic plan. It was great to see the TDC numbers for March. This past week, they were an all-time record. We've never had as high a tax revenues in our fund, and Clearwater continues to be the 800-pound gorilla when it comes to that. Congratulations to all the graduates and all our high schools. They are celebrating this whole week. We celebrate them and ask them to be safe as they are celebrating. We look forward to all the great things that they're going to do. Join us next Tuesday. We're going to have another strategic planning session and ARPA discussion at North Greenwood Rec Center. That's going to be at 6 o'clock p.m. Clearwater Beach is going to be on May 31st. We're also going to have a celebration for Memorial Day as we honor those who gave the ultimate sacrifice. There's going to be a ceremony on Monday the 30th at Crest Lake Park at 6:30. We ask you to join us. And tomorrow night I have the pleasure of getting roasted, and I can't wait for it to be over. Thank you all for tuning in tonight. We are adjourned. God bless.